Hey, yo, Bing Bong. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Geeks at Sea. It is a wonderful Friday night here in GMT plus 8. Right here with me tonight is Cheryl from, I think the more accurate description is like formerly from SGGA.
Yes.
Uh,
If you
Hi,
want to
Cheryl.
know where I am exactly right now, it's Elephant Private Limited. So yes.
Okay, anyways, well, thank you for the spoilers, Cheryl.
Why spoilers? I already announced already.
All right. Anyways, tonight we're a bunch of talking heads tonight here on Geeks at Sea. For those who have never joined us before, this is a little side project of mine where I talk to all sorts of people from different levels of the animation, comics, and games industry. Sometimes it be artists, sometimes it be organizers, sometimes it be game makers, and in this case, I think I have a little bit of at least two of the three boxes.
The random one.
Right. So anyways, so the whole point of this is we'll talk about where the whole point of this is to explore a little bit of our joint journeys growing up with the various geeky stuff that brought us to where we are. Sometimes it's relevant, sometimes it's not. The whole point is the journey, right? So yeah.
Yes.
So,
Journey to the West.
yes. Except that it's chronological and somewhat in one straight direction. I'm yapping a little bit. Anyways, so all right. So before we begin, a couple of quick disclaimers. This is the standard stuff for us. If you've never joined us before, please take note. Number one, these are going to be very personal stories. Cheryl's going to be sharing a lot of history with us, how she grew up, what stuff she liked to eat, and where she likes to pangsai and shit like that. And
From at the roadside.
yes, some of these questions can get a little personal, and I'm not saying that they are stuff that you can't share because hey, we're doing a live stream on this. This is definitely going to get logged somewhere, right? But yeah, we are going to. Oh shit! I actually skipped one part. But anyways, these are stories that we are going to share, and they're our personal stories. And what that means is that they might be not perfectly factually accurate. So because they're going to come from our memories, and no, we're all going to be unreliable narrators of our own stories, right? So please keep that in mind as you're listening to us yammer off about our good old days. That's number one. Number two, please note, now I did start this stream very, very much with Cheryl, formerly from SGGA. It is worth noting that we are going to be talking about a lot of different things, like stuff that we've been through, organizations we've been with, and any opinions that we express should not be misconstrued as opinions of those organizations that we were with. In this case, and in a large case, at least with Cheryl, should not be considered like the opinions of SGGA, especially with the new Exco that is, currently active and might be actually listening.
Yeah.
Holler out to the SGG Exco if any of them are actually listening in tonight. Yeah. So with that out of the way, I actually I got a little too excited because I keep forgetting that I should do a self intro as well.
Yes, please do.
My name is Jared. I am your host for tonight. This is my channel. I sometimes stream about games, and well, tonight it's not one of those nights.
Got special guest tonight.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be honest, Cheryl. Like every night I try to do this. I do it slightly a little differently. Today is my more announcer style of doing it. I'm actually refining the process as we go along, and the weird and sad truth is that I always find a way to fumble it somehow every night.
There's so many things out of context that can be taken out from, but practice makes perfect, which also out of context, my words also sounds bad.
I know, right? Like I think when it comes to specifically like this format in particular that we're going to be indulging in for the next 2 to 3 hours or so,
Yes.
it tends to be a little bit more casual. It tends to be a bit more relaxed. But because of that, there is no script. We're going to be walking through like your personal stories and all that kind of stuff, and we're going to jump from things like thing to thing, and for those who are not aware, that's basically how this entire thing usually runs.
I am ready.
All right. Okay.
I
So
hope I
let's.
am.
Okay. Great. So yeah. Also. So. For those also for first time listeners for this, if you're listening to us live, there is actually a link inside the description below. That links to a question form. If you guys have any questions for Cheryl along the way, you can either pop it into chat or you can pop it into the question form. If chat gets really busy, it rarely does, but if it does, I will be looking more at question forms than anything else, because otherwise I might miss your question and like things get messy, right? So if you do have a question, drop it into the question form. All right. With that out of the way, Cheryl, let's start with the very beginning. Specifically with this segment, every time when I start with a very simple question. What was the first geeky thing that you got behind? What was the first geekdom that you got behind? Your geek fandom thing that you got behind. Like how far back was it? What was the first thing that you can remember?
Yeah, since your first sentence, I've been like scrolling back my life trying to figure out what it is. But it'll probably be like really old game consoles that it basically is kind of like hand-me-downs, right? Back then, my cousin, my brothers.
Consoles? You had hand-me-down consoles?
I wouldn't say it's hand-me-down. It's just more like it's there and I'm a child and the adults don't want to deal with children, so they throw you to the console and like, okay, go and have fun on your own.
So it's the YouTubing of parenting back in the day.
Yes, it's the YouTubing of parenting back in the day. Yeah. So if I have to say, right, there were some comics. So my brother did have like, oh shit, this is gonna be very old, but it's like Celestial Zone. It was one of those like wushu kind of like I guess manga back then. I don't know if it's considered manga or comic. Then there was also X-Men. So for me,
comics.
Yeah, comics. So, So comics would probably be the earliest memory I have, and at the same time, I think playing Bomberman on Sega Saturn, and there's this Looney Tune racing thing that I always think that I'm dreaming it up, but it was on the Dreamcaster if I'm not wrong.
Really?
And yeah. I know it's a Looney Tune like racing thing in space, but I can never figure out what's the name of it. And I don't remember if the console was on the Dreamcaster or something. It was one of those very old console that looks like a box, a grey color box.
Oh, I think you gave me an image of this one.
Oh shit! So I did find it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's like the yeah. So this is like my very core childhood memories. I remember like for comics, I remember loving X-Men.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, and I remember for games, right, Bomberman and this Looney Tunes Space Race was like the prominent thing that I can remember from my childhood. In terms of what I played or what I consumed as content back then.
Right.
Yeah, and I remember this particular one because like it's a 4-player thing. Like you could plug 4 controllers in. And I was always the last controller because I was the youngest among all my cousins, even on both my dad and my mom's side. So I'm always the last controller, and I always like die the earliest because obviously I'm playing against my cousins who are older than me.
it's really crazy, right? Because I let me just put this back up on screen because the Dreamcast was one of those kind of weird early day consoles that like had more than 2-player capability.
Yeah.
Right? Like it was one of the first, right? Was it one of the first?
I think I would maybe believe so. I don't know, man. You know what's the best part? I used to study like freaking video games history, but I can't remember anymore. Yeah. I know it was very basic module just to understand a bit about like video games and all. That's like later part. But if I'm not wrong, maybe the Dreamcaster might be one of the first that had like more than 2 players.
Yeah, because so what happened was that I remembered as a kid, I would go to a friend's place. Now, it's actually my dad's friend, right? Because my family was a little bit poorer. We weren't impoverished, but like I didn't have a console back at home. So every Chinese New Year, I believe, or every New Year or so, I would my dad would drop by his friend's place, and you bring the kids. They would bring their kids. We all gather together and stuff like that. So all the kids will obviously hunker around the consoles and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So they would have a Dreamcast. I remember very specifically that like theirs had like 4 controllers, and I'll be staring at it going like, why do you have 4 controllers? Like, don't you
Oh
only
yeah.
like can't you do? Why don't you like? How do you even have 4? And you go like, oh yeah, we can play with 4 at the same time. I was like,
Oh. Wait,
what
I remember Sega Saturn might have 4 controllers as well.
is it?
Yeah, because for Bomberman, right, on the Sega Saturn, I remember
Right.
like you start out at the 4 corners,
Right.
and you can play up to 4 players if I'm not wrong.
Right.
Like human players, and in total there's 8 players. So for them, the other 4 will be like AI if I'm not wrong.
So
Or you
Saturn,
can control.
so Saturn already had it, is it?
Wow, I love how you say Satan.
well, okay.
Satan, right? It's Sega. It's pronounced Sega
Saturn
Satan, right?
is Saturn. It's Saturn. It's Saturn. It's the
Yeah,
planet,
Satan, right? Yeah. The
Yeah,
planet. Correct.
Yeah, Saturn.
So
I
yes, if
pronounce it
I'm
as
not
Saturn.
wrong, it's 4 controllers as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, so once again, like I'm constantly surprised by this because, like, I mean, to be fair, I was already surprised from day one when, the Sega Genesis itself, that like home capability for you to shoot with a gun, like you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about, right?
Yes.
Like there wasn't any additional sensor needed. Somehow they could detect where you're aiming.
I'm pretty sure it's just a trigger and you just detected the trigger. There's no freaking way that it
No,
could detect
I-
where you are exactly
No,
shooting.
I'm very sure. I'm very sure it could because I tested it on my friend's TV at the time. I'm not joking. I seriously
Oh,
did.
damn.
So what happened was that I would try to aim. I would try and calibrate it. Like we would do it with calibration, and then we intentionally made bad calibrations to see whether it would work.
Yeah.
And then we found out that no, it works perfectly fine. It works like it would work exactly as you intend it to be. My suspicion is that it uses an internal gyro to sort of get a sense of how you would aim it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. So what happens is like they will align the back and the front of the gun to where you're pointing. So like if you do the calibration correct, they will like, oh okay, yeah. So this is what is a straight line to you,
Yep.
and then they'll just do everything relative to the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like,
Okay, I understand.
So that was always my assumption. I've never really studied into this, but like I think that might be how they do it. So like basically, in theory, if that was true, you could face your gun somewhere else, and if you like drew a picture of your TV and get a sense of it somehow, you would still get it right.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah. Okay. Now, if you explain it this way, then yeah, I get how it would actually work.
It's an assumption. We still don't know for sure. I am not a console engineer.
Write an email. Ask them. How does your Genesis work?
I would love like one day for like a bunch of old like crusty Sega engineers to come out and like explain how your
Don't
old
say
consoles used to
crusty.
work.
That's so mean.
I mean,
Oh
dude,
my God.
no, but seriously, think about it. Look, okay, Cheryl, I've got to be honest here, and this is the whole premise of this entire story, yeah? Like this entire segment. Keep in mind, the story that you have just shared, what year was that?
Oh yeah, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
They're all crusty at this point. What year is it? Seriously, Cheryl.
We are crusty.
Yeah, we are crusty. They are crusted, right? I'm not saying they're dead, by the way. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, you're right. Because Sega also, they are well known for like all their arcade machines.
Yeah.
All right. They do have arcades. So that's probably where they got the technology to even do this like at home based kind of entertainment system.
Well, I mean, I think they started with that stuff. So, like, did they start with the consoles first? Did they start with the machines first?
I think they started with the machine first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they long history of the machines.
One of these days, SGGA is just gonna like start like taking notes from these segments and go like, yeah, we should totally do this. We should just totally do a Zoom call with Sega, and like do a bunch of like on-call videos and like, oh yeah, hey, this is how your Sega Genesis gun used to work.
Maybe I should ask my contact. I mean, I did have one of them from Sega for industry days. So maybe
I would love to hear. This is a really unrelated thing also as well, by the way. But I would love to hear the story behind the Nintendo glove.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have seen it, but I actually never really thought about it much.
Yeah,
because I never had much interaction with Nintendo until the Switch came out, to be honest.
I know, right? Like, but so Nintendo has a long history of like really like interesting like devices and consoles and stuff. Like we all know it like back in our day because of the Game Boy, right? But like there has been failures in their lineups as well. And one of them, and one of the most known one is like, I think it was called the Nintendo glove. Was it the N glove? Or was it a power glove? I can't remember what it's called anymore.
No, actually, the moment you say that, I realized like, yeah, I did have a Game Boy. What am I talking about? So yeah, I did touch Nintendo.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, sorry, it's late.
No, no worries.
My brain works at a different pace at night.
So once again, unreliable narrators, guys. Like if you needed a proof of an unreliable narrators, this is it, right?
Yeah, I had a Game Boy Color when I was younger as well.
Oh. Okay.
But honestly speaking, the only Pokemon edition I ever played was Pokemon Gold, like Gold and Silver, that era. And afterwards, I just never touched it.
Yeah, well, in all fairness, I R'd my way through most of my Pokemon experiences. Unfortunately, yeah. So it's a yo-ho-ho for me for the most parts, and until Pokemon Go. Like Pokemon Go was my most authentic, true to licensing touch into Pokemon. Once again, like I did come from a pretty poor family, so like not impoverished. Didn't starve on the streets. We weren't beggars or anything else like that, but we weren't exactly well off enough that I could chase consoles.
True.
You know.
I mean, I guess got to benefit from like the people around me. Great.
Yeah. And that's never anything to be ashamed of, by the way. Like that's always fantastic in its own way.
Oh no, I mean like that gave me entertainment. So yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. So that's a funny thing, right? Like, Cheryl, this is a quick aside. You brought something that's a little interesting, and then I would just want to pick your brain on this one a little bit.
Yep.
Like you got hold of your games quite a bit later after like your friends and family were sort of like done with them, right? So for you at least, the enjoyment of playing them never diminished despite that, right?
Honestly speaking, I don't give a shit.
Right, like it's still fun for you, right?
Because it's my own experience, right? I'm not gonna feel bad like everybody else had it. Okay, so the FOMO thing back then, I guess it wasn't very strong with me. But later on when I talk about my poly experience, right? I was in the game development course. My friends were playing games, and for me back then, like you, I'm not saying from a poor family, but money is still like sort of like we have money, but that's only if we have a job. We have salary every month to month. And in terms of like having a setup that can support most of the games at that period of time, I just didn't have one. I only had a very basic laptop for coding or for doing whatever work I had to do for poly level. Yeah, and nothing could run games properly. I would constantly lag. I even tried like L4D2 at that time on my laptop. It didn't work, so I just go land shot and play. So yeah. But that also means that a lot of my friends, they were playing games, and they were also buying games that were like above like the amount that I'm willing to spend at that time. And yeah, like I would get. I remember like Guild Wars 2 back then. I think it's Guild Wars 2. So my whole classmates were all playing that game, and I just couldn't bring up the money at the time. But afterwards, when eventually I got the game and I was like excited to play it, everybody else is like, oh yeah, we're done with Guild Wars 2. I'm like, what the fuck? So in that sense, like there's a bit of the FOMO, but that came at a later stage. But at the earlier stage, when I was a child, I didn't give a shit about what everybody else said. I mean, if I got a game I play, I'm happy. I just playing it lah. Then everybody else, when they're bored of it, I don't care lah. Then I just play on my own. No?
I mean, I the reason why I'm asking is in part because like one of the things that was sort of it's sort of like you can see a lot of discussion over, at least online, over like when to buy certain games, whether you want to catch the early access or whether you want to, buy it upon release and stuff like that, right? And I feel like at least in more recent years, the sensation of like, I must play it within the first few months of release, that feeling is somewhat intentionally manufactured to drive early sales with good reason, and to be fair, like you should support your devs,
Yes.
But at the same time, like so much of it feels like, hey, if it's good content, like if it's a good game, it will still be a good game 5 years down the road. You're not going to lose anything out of like playing the game a year or two late or anything.
Yeah, I mean the only thing is like spoilers, right? Because for some reason everybody hates spoilers. For me, I don't really care about the spoilers, because at the end of the day, right, the spoilers may give you some indication of what's happening at the end, but the journey is still more important, right? We were just literally saying that the journey is the most important thing. And like for example, shit, what game was it? Oh my god, I can't remember what game was it. And a lot of times like people play already, right? And they'll be like, hey Cheryl, you okay with spoilers or not? And I'm like, yeah, just say lah. It's still going to be a different experience for me when I play it and I choose my own options, my choice, right? So yeah.
It's fantastic that you bring out spoilers because honestly for me, like spoilers are very I think I've personally taken on a more sensitive stance to spoilers in recent years. But I think the reason for it is because there is a gray zone for spoilers that matter and don't matter, if you know what I'm talking about.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So let's say, for example, right? Let's say you're watching a detective movie, all right? If you tell me that, oh, the detective finds out who the murderer is at the end of the story, I'm like, well, duh. Right?
Yeah.
So like the story doesn't change if you tell me that information because it's not enough to do anything, and it's definitely an expected part of the plot, right?
Yeah. But I will be very irritated with people who purposely say who the murderer is.
Right. So that's exactly it. And even for you, you can see where discovering the murderer is a part of the experience, right?
Exactly.
Like it's not just the journey anymore. It's like the fact that this so and so is the murderer is a massive part of the story, right? The experience, right?
Yeah.
So I've started taking a more nuanced stance towards spoilers, but I think that the problem is that because it's hard to tell what tips over that scale, if you know what I mean. Like we have a very concrete example here where, oh yeah, if you tell me who the murderer is, then it's definitely spoiling the movie, right? Because it's such an important part of the experience.
Yeah.
Now, because that is a very concrete example, that's fine. Like we know where to draw the line, right? But there are a lot of movies that don't necessarily have that strict a line. Like I remember a friend of mine, like shortly after the recent Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine, right? The recent Deadpool and Wolverine movie that came out.
Yes.
By the way, the spoiler embargo has been lifted, so I am going to spoil stuff. If you guys have not watched it, just
I
consider
have not
it as a
watched
spoiler.
it, and I don't really give a shit.
Right. So, so one big thing that they did was that there was this scene where Wolverine pulls on his hood. And to me, that was a spoiler because, like, not only did, as far as I can tell, as far as I can tell, because I haven't been consuming a lot of the previews and stuff, right? The fact that he pulls on the iconic mask, right, was something that surprised me, and it was a spoiler to me. So I flagged out my friend about it, but like she didn't say anything, like whatever kind of thing, So like frankly, it's not that big a deal. But to me, the scene of it actually happening was the thing that kind of spoiled stuff. But in all defense, honestly, was anyone really expecting a Deadpool and Wolverine movie where Hugh Jackman doesn't pull up the iconic mask? I think the short answer is no.
I mean, I was expecting him to go to the full yellow and black. Blue.
Right. Which they did, which they literally did.
I'm glad they did.
Correct. And so the question of like, did anyone really expect him not to go there? It's like, no. So me calling that a spoiler is kind of a bit, I mean, technically true, but a little disingenuous. I concede to that, stuff like that. What would be a bigger spoiler would be like talking about how Chris Evans shows up,
He does?
Well, yeah.
Wasn't it Henry?
He's there too.
Oh, so there's so many people. What the fuck?
Yes, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people.
Oh
my god. But the reason why I share that now is because Chris Evans himself has already posted saying like, oh yeah, I was in a movie and shit. No, it's like, I don't consider this a spoiler anymore.
Yeah, but honestly speaking, these kind of little spoilers, right? It's not like it's gonna it's not the same thing as like, oh, I tell you who the murderer is at the end of the day. Like it's a different kind of spoiler.
Correct. That's exactly
It's like saying, oh, the detective, they found out who the murderer is. That's exactly what it feels to me. Like I don't really care. Isn't that the whole point of the movie? If the detective find a murderer?
Correct, right? So this is why, like, but you see, the problem with this is that there is no clear-cut way of saying like, oh, this is a spoiler for this genre of movie, this is a spoiler for that genre of movie, you know? This is true for this, is not true for that, you know? So because there's this kind of like distinction, I always find like, oh yeah, I would rather be just safe, like not have to walk on eggshells and just avoid it altogether, you know? That kind of thing. And like sometimes I will come up and like, oh, I'll be talking to a friend going like, okay, let's just talk impressions and stuff about a movie. We wanted to talk about our feelings about a movie. We just talk about our feelings for the movie without talking about specific scenes and stuff like that. It's a really hard thing to do, but like that's a thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of like if you watch Knives Out, right? And somebody said like, oh, there's a twist to the murder. Like, okay, that doesn't really affect me much, but you know what will affect me if you told me right up front, anyway, it's been long enough, right? It's been years, right? Okay. So like if you should tell me like, oh, Chris Evans' character is the murderer, fuck you.
Oh, yeah, no, that was just nasty, man. That was
that was just nasty, like fuck you.
because they to be fair, Knives Out goes through a lot of trouble to try and hide that from you.
Yes, exactly. That's why. And Knives Out, okay, Knives Out is one of the like I enjoyed that movie a lot.
Right.
So like if someone were to tell me that Chris Evans was the murderer right before I started watching, I would like punch them because it's such a yeah, like you say, it's such a nasty thing to do.
Right. Anyway, all right. Sorry for the huge segue, but yeah, I had to find somebody to talk about that whole
spoiler thing.
Spoiler issue. To be blunt about it, it was a little bit on my mind, and hey, it just landed right there for me. So had to pick it up.
I mean, yeah, it was right there, so do it.
Anyways, okay, Cheryl. Moving from Dreamcast and Sega Saturn and early days of X-Men comics, what came next for you?
Oh shit. I think later on that's when my brother, he managed to get some of the consoles, right? But it was mostly PlayStation, so we started PlayStation 1. And I mean, whatever that he was playing, I was just gonna sit there and watch, and sometimes he will let me play. So the next thing I can think of is really Final Fantasy, because he did start on that.
Can you be specific of which one?
That's the thing, I don't remember which one, but the one that had the strongest memory in my mind was actually FF8.
Really? The one with...
he did play FF7 and FF8, but I personally like FF8 more. Yeah, I don't know why. I think because I like the environment design better. They had that huge floaty shit thing. I don't know what it's called.
Is it?
Yeah.
Eden,
I think it's
right?
that. Yeah.
Is it Eden or Eden is
Eden,
right? The name of the school. The name of the school is Eden, I believe. Then the character is Edia.
Yeah, I think it's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the supposedly evil character is the one that I actually like.
It's the sorceress, right?
Yeah, the sorceress. Yeah, I like her design really well. Like, yes, I actually really like her designs.
For me personally, like I've always been a bit on the fence of early day, like that period of Final Fantasy, like costume designs and stuff. Looking back, it probably is one of the more, I don't want to say better ones, but it is somewhat more unique amongst the FF series, because I feel like in comparison, like every other FF series since then, maybe I'm just thinking, maybe I'm okay, 15 sort of, maybe. Yeah, because what happens is that I do have this overarching impression, and this is probably a bias a personal bias, right? Like a blindness on my end, but like every major Final Fantasy has been sort of more fantasy oriented. Like the most notable exception is FF15 itself, but like everything else has sort of been highly fantasy oriented, so you get a lot of these kind of like crazy ornate armor and costumes that look really fantastic. And to Square Enix's credit, like that helps them sell a lot of games, because they've always managed to push the graphics capabilities of every console they put their game on. But yeah, like it I don't know, man, like I think FF7 and 8 sort of were like a lot more muted in terms of costume designs. Like Rinoa's costume is basically casual wear for a lot of people.
Yeah. Okay. So I finally remember the name. The one that I really liked was Sorcerer's Idea.
It is, right?
Yes. Yes. It's
Yeah.
Idea. I was thinking was it the other one, but it's not. It's the Idea.
Yeah, yeah. Idia's costume stood out in the entire cast because it was the one that
Yes.
looked like actually like properly fantasy costumes.
I think because like she looks like a drag queen. Like it's the because drag is about like basically it's like bigger, it's like fancy, it's pretty, right? And it's an elevated form of your whatever costume that you're wearing. So I kind of like the design. And later on, I mean, I also like drag like nowadays. So so I guess that's why I was always drawn to that kind of like costumey thing.
So
But
it
yeah,
was always
Reno fucking costume is so boring, man. I can't take it.
I don't know.
In comparison.
You, FF7 must be a total bore for you then.
Oh
Like
my god.
FF7 has like the most muted colors ever. Like for the most part, it's
I
like
guess I guess that's why it didn't stand out in my memory at all. Yeah. Also, shout out to Wong Yi. Thanks. Like when FF7 was available on Steam, this is not the remake; it's the original one. Just that it's ported over to Steam, right? He bought the copy for me, but I was like, wow. When I tried to play, I'm like, oh my god, this is damn boring.
oh man, yeah. There is going to be like
FF7 people are gonna hate me.
no. I mean, look. I was talking about how like if old games are still going to be like good. If they're good, they're still going to be good, kind of thing. There is also, however, there is a truism to this. Sorry, there is the point of contention to this, which is that like games have evolved. I think it's worth noting, like back in the day, grinding a level for like 60 hours is like pretty common. Nowadays, no one expects you to do it.
Oh my god. Speaking of this, I just had a conversation with someone recently who's younger than me, and he was talking about playing First Descendant.
All right.
And he said this comment and it pissed me off. It was like, oh my god, I just fought a boss for 4 minutes and it's so long. And I was like, what? So, have you played the old games where it took you like almost forever to complete? Sometimes you don't even kill. Sometimes you don't even kill the boss on the first turn, and you have to go back and do it again and again and again.
Somebody needs to pick up classic WoW.
No, some people because that person doesn't play like MOBA, so like he needs to pick up like Dark Souls or some shit, man. Then maybe it'll teach some patience.
Like let's not go to Dark Souls immediately, man.
Elden Ring, then Elden Ring slightly better, I guess. But no, but like when he said the sentence, I realized like, oh my god, we really grew up in different periods.
Yeah,
like
we have.
Yeah, because like other than FF, right? Because I didn't really play it, but I did play Tomb Raider a lot and Crash Bandicoot a lot. So oh my god, Crash Bandicoot. Sometimes right, when you miss that turn and you just die, right? Oh my god, and then you have to repeat the whole thing again. That's one. Tomb Raider also same thing. Like sometimes you just die, you have to go back to the starting point and just jump across ledges and like climb the freaking wall. It's so irritating. Like they just never grew up in that period where games are like that.
Right, but yeah, I mean, giving credit where credit is due, right? A lot of stuff, like let's not talk about like the duration of bosses for and put that quick aside first. But I think things like, for example, frequency of save points, auto saving as a staple in games, and like like well produced like placements with like no funky ass clipping and stuff like that, So I think like games have come definitely a long way since those days.
Yeah, it has. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna deny that autosave is one of the best shit ever.
I know,
like,
right?
I don't have to redo the entire thing, but there's also that certain like level of achievement, right? When you keep doing and you finally get it. Back then, I mean, that's how I feel like when I finally clear a stage. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's exactly why games like Elden Ring nowadays still have a place in the modern gaming experience, because at the end of the day, as your skills grow harder and harder, you do sort of like some players, some not all, but clearly enough of the gaming community does want that kind of challenge somewhere. So like either some people are just a glutton for punishment, or some people are just curious to see like how good or bad they really are. But like there's definitely a lot of people who go into Elden Ring and go like, yeah, I totally want to like try out a game that was totally like hand me my own caboose. It's one of the
Yeah.
best. It's worth noting that Elden Ring at this point, this is 2024, is still selling.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
is.
so
It's like the latest DLC. Like my colleague was like going at it hard, man.
right, exactly, right. So like
I saw him die like 20 times in front of me.
right, it's still selling, and it's so like it's worth noting that this game still has like traction today.
Yeah.
You know, it's been released for a year at this point, I believe.
Mm.
Yeah, and so let's not cut let's cut the gaming community a little bit of slack. They still are hardcore pieces of shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think you're some younger or newer entrants to the hobby or to the experience might just not have leveled up enough yet.
Some people don't want pain on torture.
Yeah.
They just want easy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back down also as well, like some part, like why do you play games, right?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah, some of us like to like to, as I said, glutton for punishment. We like our games to punish us. It's like, oh yes, please more.
Please don't continue whatever you just said. It sounds so bad.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. So as you were saying, yeah, Crash Bandicoot and FF7, FF8,
Tomb Raider.
PlayStation 1. Yes.
Yeah, Tomb Raider. I remember the triangle TDs.
Did you? I gotta ask though. Did you play like PlayStation 1 on the early years when it first came out, like the original PlayStation, the giant ass blocky PlayStation?
Yeah.
Did you play it when it first came out, or was this another hand-me-down kind of thing?
No. So my brother got it first. Is new.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, after PlayStation, there's PlayStation 2. Then he did get
really?
3, and I think it stopped at 3. Afterwards, he kind of grew out of that phase, and he was like working and stuff. So I guess there wasn't any more afterwards.
When did the PlayStation 2 came out?
I don't know, but my favorite game on PlayStation 2 was X-Men Legends.
Ooh.
Yeah, X-Men Legends was great because it's tied back to like when I was younger. I started on the X-Men comics, right? So the X-Men comics, I really like some of the characters a lot. I mean, specifically, if I said I like some of the characters, so I actually really like the female characters more.
Really?
So it's gonna be like your standard. Okay, so my favorite is still like Storm Ororo. Right. I think it's just insane, her powers. The person who can create clouds. Yeah. I like
where your fascination is. Cool.
I know she can do a lot more damage, but I just think that is like a very cute way to say it. I mean, Jean Grey, obviously, this bitch is overpowered.
Okay, quick trivia.
Yeah.
Jean Grey is really, really powerful, but where is her main skill set? Is she a stronger telepath or telekinetic?
Oh shit.
Is she a stronger telepath? Is her main skills telepathic or telekinetic?
Isn't it both?
She has both.
But if you ask me which is
stronger,
if you ask me which is stronger, I can't tell you. But I'm just gonna say telekinetic because we already have the stupid telepath, which is like, okay, he's not stupid. I mean, Professor X is he's supposed to be the strongest telepath, right? For Professor X. Yes. So I'm gonna say that Jean Grey is strongest telekinetic. Stronger in telekinesis. So
okay, so the short answer, the quick answer is yes, you are right.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, that is a very easy way to sort of remember it, because the X-Men do try not to overlap, try to duplicate powers.
Yeah.
But what happens is that what's interesting, the reason why it's interesting is because Jean Grey is also a very powerful telepath. It's just that stat for stat, Professor X is almost not telekinetic. Keyword here being almost.
Yeah, so honestly speaking, as Professor X versus Jean Grey, right? Jean Grey would have murdered the fuck out of him because she could telepath back with him, right? And then just take something and stab him. Just literally like that, right?
Sort of. I
technically speaking, think about it.
Okay. So let's in a hypothetical scenario, if both of them were to meet in a place and start from point 0 and go at each other, and both of them said, "I'm not holding anything back." In theory, my opinion, and I'm waiting for people to come and argue with me on this one.
Wait. We are talking about pre-Phoenix phase, right?
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
not
okay.
count Phoenix. If you count Phoenix,
Yeah.
that's not even fair. That's not even a
Yes.
game anymore.
Yes. Phoenix will just like burn everything, die.
Cosmic entities do not count when it comes to
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So
I would say actually
there-
Jean Grey is still stronger though.
I think Professor X would win on a power set basis because before Jean could even think to do anything, her defenses wouldn't be able to withstand Professor X. Like her mental defenses.
Because he is the stronger telepath. You're right.
Correct. So she basically like stop. Then nothing happens.
Okay.
She might be able to resist that, but she wouldn't have the focus to do anything else after that.
Yeah, it's true. She will be too distracted.
Yeah. So in theory, I think it's also worth noting though, like let's assume for example, Jean can somehow have the chance to fight like him otherwise, like if that doesn't happen, in theory Jean can just like completely disintegrate him. Like it said that her control over like her telekinetic abilities is strong enough that she can actually control molecules, like molecule by molecule.
Yeah.
So that's the level of Jean Grey's powers.
Yeah. Okay, back to the doubles that I like. Then I say what Storm, Jean Grey. I do like Rogue as well. And there's this moment in like the X-Men movies, right, where Rogue is like, there's a cure for us, and Storm is like, there's no cure for us. Of course not, that's where the clouds thing came out. You create fucking clouds. The other one drains people when she touched them. Of course she wants the fucking cure at that point. I think about that moment a lot.
I think it's absolutely fair. It's funny because I think like a lot of people who are watching X-Men back in the day, especially for those people who are not familiar with X-Men like so much of X-Men is sort of like there's a lot of cultural like identity politics stuffed into early day X-Men especially. So like there's obviously classism, racism stuffed into it, like how you have entire species of humans that are like just treated differently, and people asking about like whether these people should be treated as humans or not, and stuff like that, just because they're different or they're different in one way or another.
Yeah.
But I think that scene that you're talking about in particular, like between Ororo and Rogue, right? Is in particular like a reference to gay conversion therapy.
Oh, you're right. Fuck.
Yeah. So and actually in general, like conversion therapy in general. So like it's a lot of like people going like, hey, like some people actually going like, oh, I need a cure because they don't feel comfortable, or the pressures around them makes them feel like they cannot be comfortable. And the other one's going like, no, you don't need a cure, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm doing it, by the way. I just want to put it out there that I'm doing a very bad job explaining this scene. I know a lot of people can do it better. If you find anything contentious about how I'm explaining it, or questionable about how I explain it, please go and look for somebody else who can like explain it better. People who've explained it better can definitely make better sense than I am, because even me, as I'm talking about it and I'm thinking about it off the top of my head, I realize I'm not doing that good a job right now. Yeah.
Please don't ask me to explain, because I'm just gonna say like, I'm just gonna talk about the clouds.
Yeah. No. But it's absolutely it absolutely is, because but this is where movies really get to a lot of us, right? Like
it does.
they're the layers of it, and like you take what you can take, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Definitely.
So yeah. Okay. Which other X-Men that comes to mind for you?
Oh, the last one. I mean Scarlet Witch, because
Really?
in X-Men Legends, right, you choose a team of 4. And in particular, when I chose these 4 characters, they have an additional, I think, was it 5% damage bonus? They call it Femme Fatale. So,
it's probably worth noting.
It's great.
It's probably worth noting that like I think all of I don't know whether Rogue is considered Omega, but like every other character, like both like Jean, Storm and Scarlet Witch, right, are all considered Omega level mutants.
Yeah, they are. Would Rogue be considered? I mean, she sucked enough people, right? To a certain point.
It's so. This is so weird because I didn't consume the comics like episode by episode, but what as it is, I know somewhere in the comics, like not only did Rogue learn to control her powers, to the level that it kind of got a little bit like ridiculous. Like apparently Rogue has genetic memories over every person she's ever touched. So basically she can recall powers that supposedly she no longer has.
That's true.
Yeah, and even like and the control went to a level that and she is no longer a passive. Basically, it's an active for her at some point. So it got so ridiculous that like it became a question of like what can't Rogue do, you know?
Yeah, no. I mean the limit on how much ability she has after she sucks someone. Oh my god, that sounds so bad. After she absorbs someone's abilities.
I don't think that is much better.
Yeah, absorb is better. But I'm thinking more of like if she, for example, if she absorbs all Scarlet Witch's power, does that make her Omega?
No, but that's exactly it. So the thing is that
she absorbs Scarlet to the point that Scarlet is
Rogue's absorbing of someone else's abilities, right? It's not an energy, like it's not like it's a fuel gauge, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that if she holds you on for like 50 minutes, like she would take 50% of your like fuel gauge or something like that. Her body literally mimics your powers, and like the reason why, like in the cases of like how she's absorbed Cyclops' powers and all that kind of stuff, like how it's sort of overloaded and things like that, like there's no less intensity from her touching Cyclops, you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's not how her powers work. Fundamentally, like by right, if she touches an Omega, she should be Omega.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, once again, digressed quite a bit. This one's a fun digression though. Like I don't get many people to talk about X-Men on this show.
Yeah, but I mean, this was one of the games that I really liked on PS2. Back then, I think PS2 as usual. I'm pretty sure there's a Crash Bandicoot 2 or some shit.
There was a racing game. I love the racing game.
Which one?
The Crash Bandicoot Racer, or what should we call it?
Shit, they have so many names. They each of them have their own name or some shit, but I can't remember what it is. Yeah. Other than that, maybe Resident Evil? Like the really old ones.
Oh.
Yeah,
you can get a remaster for it nowadays. You can get a remaster for them now. If you're into the nostalgia stuff.
Honestly speaking, right, Resident Evil, right, I like the original stuff. Afterwards, when they start to add in like more bio weapons and like eventually, I mean, it's cool. At the same time, I just feel that like explaining how they created it with the fungus and stuff, I'm like, oh, that's too much for me. I don't want to think too much about it. Just tell me they're zombies and I'm fine with it. Yeah, it's a bit like explaining too much of the origin story. I mean, I literally just went for the premiere for Romulus yesterday, and I'm like, I'm so glad Romulus happened.
You know, I got so annoyed. I actually tried and get I tried to get my hands on the tickets. I applied for it, but I didn't get anything.
Oh damn! I think probably because it was completely gone. It was really popular. Yeah, but the whole entire theater was full.
Oh, that was weird because I have a friend who went, right, but he told me that he was pretty empty. Maybe the one he went to was pretty empty.
Huh?
Yeah.
It was completely full.
I don't know, man. Like as I said, like maybe it's the one that my friend went to.
Your friend went to what? The Geek Culture one?
It could. That's why I said it could be a different one.
It can't be the different one. There's only one.
Is there one? Oh, I don't know that.
It's one IMAX one, and only the first row was empty.
For all I know, right? He might not even be in the country.
Oh, you know, he might not be there. But yeah, it's a bit of like my feelings with Aliens, right? So I do love, as much as people talk shit about Aliens 3 and like Alien Resurrection, right? I do love the first 4. I love the setting that it was in. I love the on-set design of like how the spaceship looks and everything. So when Alien Prometheus and Covenant came out, I was like, yeah, this is not the vibe I like. Because considering that it's supposed to be a prequel to the original 4, right? It felt, obviously, technology has changed, but it felt way too freaking advanced for it to be a prequel to like the original 4 Alien movies. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like the spaceship, how it looks like there was a lot of like dials and buttons, but in Prometheus and Covenant is like, oh my god, this touchscreen.
I'll be honest, I went to Prometheus without like realizing it was an alien movie.
Oh, Then what do you think it was?
No, seriously, I was going through this phase where it was like, oh yeah, hey, we have nothing to do this week. I'm gonna take my girlfriend out for like a movie or something like that, you know. So we would just like randomly pick movies. Oh, this looks interesting. You want to go check it out? Hey, this looks interesting. Let's go check it out. You know, stuff like that. Or occasionally, some of my friends would go like, hey, we're gonna watch this movie. You want to go along? I was like, sure, let's go. And I wouldn't ask. Like sometimes I just wouldn't ask because it's like, hey, you like movies that I like. I'm fine going in blind, you know.
I mean that's fine. Like
right.
that's fine. But like honestly speaking, for me, I just wasn't that much of a fan of Prometheus and Covenant lah. And the only thing I can say, because I mean Romulus literally just premiered yesterday, right? So I'm not gonna be a T-buy. But like I like the direction that they went with.
Okay, so Romulus looks really nice. I saw the trailer for it, right? And I was I was actually very smitten by Romulus. The trailer at least. I was telling that's why I actually shared the Geek one to try and get my hand on the tickets, because he was like, holy shit, this actually looks pretty interesting. Yeah. So I was like, oh, okay. Like, and when I didn't get it, I was like, when I didn't hear anything at all, I was like, oh, I feel kind of bad about it. Yeah, but
sadness.
Yeah, well.
Well, I mean, eventually you're gonna watch it.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
But yeah. So like, oh shit, we were talking about like. There's a reason why I brought up aliens, but now suddenly I forget why am I linking it.
You're talking about like because you were mentioning about how you didn't like how they were over-explaining Resident Evil.
Oh yeah. So like for me, Prometheus and Covenant, right, I feel like they took way too long to explain how the xenomorph perform. And like how it actually started. I'm like, fuck. Engineers, huh? I mean, it does explain why the engineer even appeared in the first Alien movie ever, I guess. Right. Like it explained the existence of it in the ship that they were at when they found all the shit lah, and the eggs where it was. But like the goo and how it works and everything, I'm like, I feel like it's a bit trying too hard to try to explain the origin of things. Sometimes you can just leave things alone.
It's the mitochondrions of Aliens universe, right?
Yes.
Like if you get the reference, it's the mitochondrions of of the Alien universe, right? I do need, however, another Predator movie.
Okay, so unpopular opinion. I actually okay, the Predators are cool, but I didn't really like that they were in the Alien universe.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair opinion, because I do recognize that hey, every IP having their own spaces is a good idea, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not just their own spaces. Like I kind of like that this universe where it's just the aliens and they're fucking around and stuff, and humans are idiots. But then like when you add the Predator in, like, oh, they make this as a hunting ground, all that shit, I'm like, huh? I feel like again it's like the I mean, obviously when you're IP owner, you want to like extend the longevity of your IP and get as much as you can from it, but like at the same time, for me at that point of time, I was like, why Predator?
I mean, I as I said, like I kind of understand where you're coming from. Like you want to have like, hey, this is my space, this is like have its own thing, but I belong on the camp that I kind of do like it, because so since we were talking about games earlier, right? I remember like back in the day, one of my biggest exposure to games, believe it or not, was when I would actually go visit cyber cafes. I don't think that's a thing in Singapore. Is that a thing in Singapore?
Land shops, no man.
Okay, all right. So there was a huge thing in land shops here in Singapore as well. Okay, that's cool. So basically, what happened was like these cyber cafes would have a bunch of like games that you can play on LAN and And oh yeah, by the way, for kids who are listening to this for the first time, LAN stands for Local Area Network.
Jesus Christ, you don't have to over-explain it. I mean, LAN shops still exist.
Because most of you guys will take online networking for granted.
Oh, yeah, right.
So back in the day, we had to use cables called LAN cables.
Yeah, and back in the day, when I was younger, I didn't have a PC, so I had to go to the LAN shop.
Correct. So some of us used to do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they would have these bunch of games like pre-installed and stuff, and like one of the games that I got exposed to was AVP, like Alien vs Predator, and I freaking loved that thing, because it was like I didn't have anyone to play with, but it was a lot of fun. I know it's crazy, right? Like, can you imagine? Like, I had nobody to play with, and it was still a lot of fun. Because like it was just crazy just thinking about how the game worked. For because you get to choose which race you want to play with. You can be an alien, you can be a predator, or you can be a what you call it, a human. And as a human, you get to choose classes like you would do with like Team Fortress and stuff.
Yes.
Then as a predator, you get to technically you choose loadouts like different gear and stuff.
Yep.
And then as an alien, right, you don't choose anything. You start as a facehugger, and you choose who you want to hunt.
Yes. I you know what? If I could choose what kind of human I want to be, I want to choose a human that's covered in mud.
Arnold Schwarzenegger your way through, right?
No, I mean like oh shit, am I gonna spoil some stuff? Because I do not know if this particular explanation came out in previous Alien movies itself.
Oh.
But there's something about the face huggers.
Right.
How they sense their prey.
Oh, okay. So it's not established. It's not well established, by the way. The one that you're referring to. I by the way, I'm not sure or so, but I'm guessing I know what you're talking about. Because
No, but basically because of that, then the mud thing works, right? Because it's gonna cover both the predator and alien side of things.
Correct. It's the reason why I went there is because I naturally assumed that the aliens themselves have like this use the same system as the predators to like sort of detect their surroundings kind of thing.
Yeah.
I
I mean
kind of
like
leapt to the conclusion.
Yeah, because if not, other than that, it's usually like sound.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But if it's sound, it's too easy. Then you just remain completely still.
Oh my god! If it's sound, it's gonna be the Quiet Place.
Yeah, it's a Quiet Place all over again. It's just silly, right?
I mean, the Quiet Place. Okay, now Quiet Place is not that bad, to be honest.
I'm not saying the Quiet Place itself is bad. I'm saying that if the face huggers were like sound dependent, it would be very silly. Because in a Quiet Place, if you make a sound, you die.
And the alien is supposed to be like the perfect specimen, you see.
Correct. So the threat is.
That's why I feel it goes towards that direction.
So yeah, so there's less like steps to your eventual demise if you know it was the version in the Quiet Place versus space huggers and stuff. It's a little different. Anyway, but yeah, coming back. So like the reason why I was talking about like AVP and stuff is because like I really like the game. I actually really like the game. And I thought it was really fun.
So I guess maybe it's like a because you like the game. So when the game came out for the movie or the movie came out for the game.
So I think the game came out first. I think the game came out first, and because AVP, I was quite sure it was a movie that was much later. And because I was playing it, I was like, oh, they should make a movie out of this. and the reason why, like, I know. Also, on top of that, though, like I know the comics came before it. There were comics for AVP before it.
I see.
And the reason why, like for me, like one of the big reasons why I think the IP and for a lot of people who are into this stuff, right, who feel so strongly about it and feel so good about it, right, is because the Predator was always made out to be this powerful hunter. Like it was already part of its lore. And then you have the alien species, which is this like super evolving like alien species that's meant to like just breed and create broods and stuff like that, right? Like when these two things exist somewhere in the common consciousness, because hey, we're talking about the early 90s kind of period where sci-fi horror was a huge thing. Like everyone's natural impressions and things that they want to see is the two of these things fighting in each other.
I guess so. Yeah.
So that's what people naturally did. They just like said, hey, yeah, let's APP the crap out of this. And then like, so when there was a demand, someone came out with the lore to try to rationalize how they ended up fighting each other. Because hey, once already a natural hunter, sure, why wouldn't you end up fighting?
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, I think my issue with the whole thing is more like you guys are such fucking hunters. You decided to like create a fucking breeding ground just to, I don't know, just to prove your worth, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
it's
to me
it's the lion pits of sci-fi, right? In that case, like back in the day when it's like, oh, the ancient Rome's, we have lions. Lions aren't natural to roam. Yeah, but they make great fights. That kind of thing.
Yeah,
a little bit of that.
Yeah, but I mean, I do not hate AVP, to be honest. It's just that I feel like I would prefer them separate. But nothing can make me be a bit more irritated with like how the Resident Evil movies ended up going. The movies, the game is like it's still all like bio weapons and all that stuff. Right. But like for the movies to have like, oh, Ellie now has telekinetic powers. I'm like, huh? how does that happen from like the evolution of like your T virus and shit? Like what?
I think when we're talking about like game movies in particular, it's really weird because the Resident Evil franchise itself is really popular. I think it's worth noting that like a lot of people who watch it probably never played the games and are like perfectly happy with where the movies landed. I've always had a weird, personally for me, I've always had a weird feeling with weird thing when it came to the Resident Evil movies. I feel like they're too well done to be considered B-rate movies, but at the same time, like they don't feel quite right if you get what I mean.
Yeah, they don't feel right.
Like they're really like I the script feels very B-rate, B movie. You know what I mean?
It's the script problem.
It is a script problem.
It's not the production problem. It's a script problem.
Right. So it feels like it was a B movie done with a AAA like budget and team, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I don't like saying this, and if anyone's listening to this and is a fan of Resident Evil movies, I'm sorry. I feel like half of my channel are just gonna be people who like people who like this on.
No, to be fair, right? I did like Resident Evil 2. I did like it.
Right.
But like how it went, the direction, like okay, maybe you merge with the T virus, I think I can still accept it, and like it give you like heightened ability, like not heightened abilities, but heightened senses and all that shit, and then you are strong. So okay, I can still deal with it, but the telekinesis part is like, how does that develop? Like, it doesn't make sense to me that a fucking mushroom can give me telekinetic powers. Because now I'm gonna eat all kinds of mushrooms just to see if I can get telekinetic powers.
Let's not start talking about like
mushrooms?
Like mushrooms and like or eating mushrooms for powers. Because I think trying to go by the logic that like video games encourages drug use is kind of a weird train of thought to go down. Like, I mean, by that.
Oh shit! No, by no means am I like encouraging that. I'm just saying that.
I know.
For this
what I'm saying is like, you know, like insinuating that like games indirectly encourage drug use. That argument feels very like, I mean, like we all grew up with Mario, right?
Oh, you want to know? Surprisingly, right? I didn't grow up with Mario or Sonic.
Oh, really?
So I'm very neutral to these two IPs. But Mario, I mean, obviously afterwards you play Mario Party, you play the what's the racing one called?
Mario Kart. It's
Mario Kart. Yeah, like afterwards, I mean, I do have experience playing those games. Right. Sonic also I played later in my life, but I didn't have those games when I was younger, or I didn't play those games when I was younger.
Well, all right.
Yeah, so I can't relate to whatever that you were gonna ask me. I'm so sorry.
No worries, Cheryl. Okay, Cheryl, let's bring it back a little bit. Moving forward, so you mentioned like, okay, your next console after your Sega Saturn days and your Game Boy days and all that was PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. By this point, like, what were you doing study-wise? Because you mentioned that you studied like game history at some point. What course were you taking like at this point? Because I think the age, let me just put it out there, like Cheryl, you and I think our age gap isn't so big. When you're playing your PlayStation 2, my guess is that you're probably towards the end of your secondary school, already in your late teens and all that kind of stuff. Like, at this point, have you like decided what you want to study and where would you want to take the next steps for yourself?
Wait. When the PlayStation 2 release, I'm checking now. Hold on. 2000. Fuck no.
Oh no.
No. I basically like, because all these were if it's following the generations, right? It's closer to my brother's generation. I'm just there and I just managed to touch it.
Right.
Not say spoiler alert. Like just a note that I'm playing all these games well below my age.
All right.
Yeah, I should not be playing all those games, but I played it and I watched it. So
fascinating.
Yeah, so I was in primary school when that happened.
Okay.
Now that I see the date that it was released, yeah, it's primary school. Sorry.
Okay. So you were playing PlayStation 2 in your primary school. Fascinating.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for anybody who's guessing my age, like I'm 30 now.
I didn't realize the gap was so big.
Yeah, sorry, Jared. Yeah, old as fuck at this point to me.
Okay.
But no. So like I guess because of like how I had a lot of exposure to all these things that are beyond my age. Like it's definitely not. I mean, I just checked. Like PlayStation 2 came out in March 2000,
Right.
and I was like, what, primary 1 or primary 2?
So here's a little bit on my side. The reason why I was so bold to talk about PlayStation 2 the way I did was because in secondary school when I was 15, I actually took up a part-time job to earn money so I can buy one.
Damn, son. Okay, so yeah, my brother is probably you're what year? 88?
86 actually.
86. Yeah, my brother is 88. So that's why he and your generation is probably closer, and like when you're doing part-time, I'm pretty sure he was also doing part-time to get the money to buy it.
8 years is not a generation. I just want to put it out there. 8 years is not a generation.
No, I mean I say generation, I don't mean like how we usually count generations, but like my age I'll probably still be like fucking playing Barbie doll or some shit, right? Like, the hands-on stuff. But
you
the
never
teenager
struck me as the type.
yeah, but that teenager age and the boom of like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, right? That's like within your teenage years, you see. So I count that by generation. So your generation was the like, it's basically like the technology boom, right? Like the millennials grew up with the pre-technology and technology coming out. So it's a bit like that. Like you guys were at your teens where you like playing games, whatsoever. You are interested in technology, and the consoles came out, the games came out. So I guess like that would be like a stronger impression for you guys. And for me, because I was so young when I first tried playing all these games, or I watched my brother play, like I guess that also left a very strong impression for me. Yeah, so even though I was much younger, I definitely wasn't the intended audience at that point for the games or the consoles, but I mean I had experience with it lah.
Naruhodo. Okay,
yeah,
so if that's the case, let's move on then. Like you mentioned that was your primary school. Then what were you like doing in secondary school? Like did any of these impressions with games and comics, did they carry forward for you?
Yeah, actually I think because of that, like if you notice, I said like I like the comics, and also for like specifically for like Final Fantasy or that, I like the environment design. Like I use words like that, right? Because I actually took art in primary school, and in secondary school I also continued taking art.
You're talking about like illustrative art.
Like whether it's 2D or like even installation art, sculptures, or that. Like it was very general, and stuff. So I did go into that. Oh, actually, I did do a sculpture, but I should have sent you a photo. But essentially, my direction went into the more art or creative side of things, because obviously, my parents had me when they were really old, like way too late in the game. Like basically, I'm an accident kind of thing, and they are from the generation where it's like it's just hard work, just keep doing the work, repetitive, like. There's no like, oh, this is creative, this is like artistic or whatsoever. But I was growing up into that phase, you see, and I pursued like creativity lah, but at what cost afterwards? So like and I guess like I actually really enjoy art. Like it does give me a sense of like peace, and I do enjoy creating things. And when after like in secondary school you have like your freaking O levels, right? Then that's where you start choosing, like you go to a poly or you go to the JC. Honestly speaking, I was at a point, because I did tell you, like it's not that I grew up from a very like financially like unstable family or whatever. We are financially stable as long as my parents had a job kind of situation. So I wasn't starving or anything. It's just that I didn't have I don't have spendable cash lah, essentially, or disposable cash.
Too much money to throw around kind of deal,
yeah.
right?
So I was very realistic when I chose like my course. So I went for poly instead, because I think like JC just studying didn't suit me. I wanted to learn more hands-on and get more like industry experience, because there's the whole internship thing. But I did consider the structure. So a couple of choices, but most of them were like either 3D art or like some animation stuff. Then one of it was game and entertainment technology in Temasek Poly. So that's actually the course that I got shortlisted for. So I went into that. basically learn game development and stuff. But let me just preface this by saying that please do not listen to lecturers from any of the school, because I went to the open house for the polys. Please don't listen to like their one-liner sentence to sell the course. Ask them for like actual modules and what you are going to learn to know what you're getting yourself into. I say this because like for me, I knew what I was getting into. I'm definitely going to learn game development, going to learn art, coding, 3D modeling or whatever. But a lot of people got cheated into the course by saying, "Oh, you get to play games all day." Like, oh, yeah. No. I had quite a few like coursemate who told me that like they
irresponsible.
Yeah, it was very irresponsible of like the people that was doing the open house, because that's the only thing. And you know, open house, right? It's not going to be the person that's actually teaching the course. Like they get like fucking part-time helpers or like student helpers to tell you shit. And when these students are not informed of what the course actually does, they just say random shit, right?
That is just horrible.
Yeah, so quite a lot of my friends told me that they were kind of cheated into the course by whoever that was at the open house saying that, oh, you just get to play games.
I probably should also like mention this. Like, if you can get cheated by something like that, I think you might need to check yourself as well.
No, but at that point in time, everybody was 16 or 17. You see, that is still the age where you are kind of dumb, and you kind of don't think. You kind of make bad decisions in life.
Don't they go to their like I'm sorry, I have to ask this thing, and this is going to sound really, really bad. So please, like, if I hope no one takes offense to this one, but like don't. Is it not common for like students, for you guys, when you're making the decision about like what you want to do, like, you know, for, you know, your post-secondary school days and stuff like that, right? Like to have a conversation with your parent and like sit down and go like, oh, I want to do this, and your parents will naturally ask and go like, oh, what does it entail? What are you going to be doing? Do you know what you're going to be doing? Like, is this not a thing?
No, so there's maybe like there's a few thought processes at a time. I can tell you two that I know happened.
Yeah.
So one was, oh my god, like PSLE, the parents chose the school and everything. Right now, after O level, I get to choose. I'm gonna put whatever the fuck I want.
Right.
And oh, these things look nice and shiny to me, you know, like okay, add it to cart kind of thing. Like no, like Jerry, you have to understand that there are people who are like that.
No, I get it, but like your parents are going to be paying for you, right? Like, don't they go like, hey, what am I going to be paying for?
But at the same time, right, if those parents are of the generation that my parents are, where they do not understand, they're just like, okay lah, I listen to you, that kind of thing. I trust that you know what you're doing. So there is that also, because that's exactly what happened to me, because my parents didn't really understand like animations or art or anything in general, or anything that's to do with creative. So they were like, okay, I trust that you can make a decision yourself. So fortunately for me, because like I kind of grew up like very mature at a younger age than most people, so I guess that's why I even had the thought that I do not want to go into debt studying so much. I want to faster get out and go get work experience immediately. So I was of that mindset, but I still wanted to do something that I actually would enjoy. Or at least have passion about. So that's why those were the courses that I applied for. And honestly speaking, like me being in video games, it just so happened that because that one course happened to be video games out of everything that I took. Yeah. And that is the first track of thought process. The other thought process is, right, oh my god, I get to play games all day. I'm just gonna put that. And then because like in O levels you get to choose like I think up to 10 schools, is it? I can't remember back then how many schools was it for us. And then when you get that course, right, it's either you suck thumb and then you go for it, or like you try to appeal to get to another course. But in the first place, right, why put that course if you're not even interested in it, right? So some people, well, the thing is that some people are just like, they just didn't think much.
All right.
They were at that point, they were at that stage in life, right, where you are considered like almost an adult, but at the same time, your maturity or like your common sense, logic, rationale, like just hasn't like basically you haven't added skill points to it yet.
I think like, well, we're on this topic, right? That this is actually itself a weird thing I feel, when it comes to like the natural progression of our lives, kind of deal. Like I know in Singapore here, like because there's NS and all that, like a lot of guys. In many cases, like the studies get delayed and they in theory have more time to think about what they want to do and stuff, but at the same time I think like it's sometimes really difficult to tell what you want to do for the rest of your lives without actually doing it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because at that point in time you're kind of committed, right? Because
exactly.
I mean I had friends who were in the IT school itself. So Temasek Poly, there's like 6 departments, or they call it 6 schools. So it's like IT, applied science, engineering, business, humanities, and arts, right? A design school basically. So so I had a friend who was in IT school. And then he dropped out after when he was in second year, because he realized, actually I want to learn to be a cook.
Yeah,
instead. Like like some of them, they only find that out during this journey, you see. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, because sometimes only after doing it then you realize, like, hey, but for me personally, it's more of like I kind of figure out earlier than people. So I kind of like didn't go through the pain of like, oh my god, I paid my school fees already, now I got to switch, I need to pay, I need to restart from point one. So
that's fantastic.
But for my friends who actually really went back to point one and restart everything and went through it, right, like kudos to them, because it's not like they are it's not like they're particularly rich or anything, but the fact that, you know, they work part-time to pay off everything, and all this kind of stuff, right, like it gives me a lot of respect for them, like going through that in the first place. So yeah, but okay lah. But for me, it's like I went with the course because it is something that I was interested in, and I really know what I was going to do. Just that, let's just say that me and coding don't go very well. I mean, I did learn some coding, but then by now I've forgotten everything already. And I was learning on the cha-cha, like you go into Microsoft Visual Studio, you type in C++. It's like really very like painful stuff. Like nowadays, developers they get Unity or they get Unreal Engine. It's so much easier. But back then for me, it's like, oh my god, you hard code everything, and you can only see what you've done at the end after you finish compiling. There's no errors, there's no warnings, and then you find out, oh my god, I can make this thing move. So that was like, okay, that's personally an achievement for me.
What year was this around?
This was in my first year, right when we entered. So essentially for every school, there's like a freshman orientation camp when you enter.
Right.
And for our course, right, in our first year, like essentially our OLs or our orientation leaders, the one that's bringing us around during the freshman orientation, they were all seniors that were from our course itself.
Right.
So we did form quite a very close bond with them, and we had like a picnic at the is it the Marina Barrage? Yeah, Marina Barrage. So we just went there as a group, freaking roll around the floor, picnic and stuff. So this was the whole batch, and all of them are from the same course.
So this was like this is like in 2011 and stuff like that, is it?
Yeah, this is 2011. Yes, so 2011 was my first year in poly.
Right. I like, for anyone who's like listening in, you might have noticed like it feels like a weird, strange pivot. It was because one of the things was like, I was trying to look for a picture of Cheryl like in school in a time, and through the entire story I was roughly trying to figure out exactly like when this might have been. So I pulled up a random picture on the side, and like Cheryl noticed it. And
no, I noticed you went through quite a few photos, so I was waiting for you to like kind of stop, so that I know what to say.
And segue right into it without. I was really more asking about like, when was this period when you first got in, and just coincidentally the picture I was looking at was exactly on the first year. Yeah,
this photo, right, was when we were still in our semester 1, and like first year semester 1, where we were learning like introduction to video game history, introduction to like game design, all the intro kind of level modules. And that's why we're so happy, because we haven't gone to the dark shit yet.
So sure, walk me through this one a little bit here, because this is 2011, and
yes.
I think maybe it's because for me, like when I was studying when I was going through my tertiary education, right, games design or games development as a course wasn't even a thing. Like you couldn't find it anywhere at the time.
It wasn't.
Right. So and you mentioned two things that actually caught my attention a little bit, because I've had in my previous channels and in my previous attempts with trying to do more of these kind of conversations, right, I've had a few conversations about like video games education and stuff like that, and you mentioned very specifically like video games history and what's the other one again?
Introduction to game design, I think.
Right,
yeah.
Introduction to game design, right? So
Yes.
these two things, I have to ask, are these like staples for like all courses? Is this common for every school, or do you think that this is just something that was true for your poly at the time?
I have to say it's at that time because now, I mean, because of my work, right, I do talk to the schools quite a bit. I do learn a bit more about their modules. They have some intro courses, but it's very technical. For us, we learn back then. I think we had more like freedom in the sense like, oh, it's still exploratory, right? Okay, we learn about history of video games. Why are we learning about the history of video games in particular? It's because we have to understand where we came from, right? How it started. And yeah, honestly speaking, back then, what's the name of the game? Oh shit, the spaceship one.
What, Space Invaders?
No, not Space Invader, the other one.
Which one? Asteroids?
Space Wars, I think.
Space Wars.
Yeah, is it called Space Wars? Shit.
How did the game play?
Space Wars game. Two ships just shooting each other.
Oh, okay.
Space War video game. Yeah, it's called Space War. Space War.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1962. So that's how I learned about the game itself. And I thought like, oh my god, like slowly you learn a bit more about the history and you learn about the devices itself. It's interesting because we also learn quite a bit about Atari and all that. And I think with any, I mean, there's like if you study history, right, you're gonna learn the history of history, right, the introduction to history itself, and like where it started. Back then, when we were in secondary school, we probably learn about history. We learn about World War One, World War Two. I mean, it's important to learn the history of whatever topic or subject that you are going to be studying, right? So I thought fundamentally that was important for us to learn. And understand that at the end of the day, right, people created this right because they wanted to create it.
Right.
Yeah. It wasn't because like, oh, I want to make a multi-million-dollar game, you see. It was created for the pure love of like creation of creativity.
I wouldn't be so quick to jump down that whole passion route entirely, but I do agree.
But you kind of like, I mean, it wasn't purely for the I want to earn money, you see. It can be any other reason, but it wasn't that at the time.
Exactly.
It was like, oh, technology.
I mean, the reason why I brought it up was because it's always been my opinion. I've always been of the opinion that game design and game design history in particular, these two topics, right, are not treated with enough, are not given enough weight for fresh grads nowadays. A lot of what I do now, like in the past when I'm doing like game design and when I'm talking to even people who are in companies, a lot of them lament to me going like, why aren't fresh graduates better game designers? Because I've had conversations with them. We talk about like, oh yeah, this is what should be sensible, this is how we should approach it, and I even talk about just how we should approach problems, you know, how we discuss game design problems. And a lot of people come back to me and immediately go like, oh my god, why aren't game designers like this? Like why are they not more game designers like this? And my answer to them is always that like schools tend to focus on you trying to get jobs, and the easiest way to get you jobs is to give you the technical skills on how to execute stuff. Because the problem is that schools are not going to, employers are not going to really sit you down and see how much you know about game design, because to a lot of people,
you should have already come pre-equipped with that information and knowledge. Honestly speaking,
it's not only that, it's something that it's not something they can test in a written test, effectively in a written test or a 5-minute interview, unless they really know what they're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, right, as being in like a game mobile publishing company, all that stuff, right, at the same time, right, if I'm hiring someone, I don't care if you're a fresh grad or whatsoever, if I'm hiring you for the role of game designer, right, you better come pre-equipped with some skills, in a sense, yeah.
Right.
So that is a employment kind of point of view.
Correct. So schools, what happens is that obviously their focus is to get you employed, because that's how a lot of people look at schools. Whether that is good or bad, I think that's a very different discussion, but that is the state of how a lot of schools will look at themselves, right? So because that is the case, and that's how a lot of them are gauged, the success and failures are gauged, what a lot of people do is just they focus on teaching you the vernacular skills that can be seen and tested, you know?
Yeah.
So as a result, right, like softer skills, like some people refer to this as a softer skill, I disagree. These softer skills are not given like due attention, and you end up with a whole like constant graduates who do not know how to discuss game design, right, in a way that is conducive to their learning.
Yeah, so the biggest problem I saw, like dealing with the schools, the students directly all these years, right, is that I realized that there's too much focus. I mean, I can understand a lot of them, they are put under like the School of Technology or School of Art whatsoever, right? They like a lot of their modules are more catered towards technical skills or like actual skills that of like, oh, you can use this software, you can do this, you can do that. But
stuff that you put on a resume, right? Like stuff you put on a resume.
The soft skill that you're mentioning, right, are the things that clearly lacking that I feel. Like even if we're not even talking about game designer, it's simple as like project management or like working in a team, for example, or presentation skills. Those are the things, like those are the things that I feel are sorely lacking. And when I speak to the school, sorry, I have to go into this because I it's something that's been on my mind, and I tell to a lot of people, no matter who they are, is that all these schools, like I will talk to them and they say like actually they do have modules on like, you know, communication skills and all that, but something is clearly wrong if like when they come out it's still sorely lacking.
So
it should be a foundational skill, you see.
So let me give you the number one reason that is the case, like why that is the case. Let me give you the number one explanation to why that is the case. It does not add to your final score for graduation.
Oh, fuck that. Okay. Fuck the score system, okay? Like, the one thing so we just had SGGA's industry day, the last one I have as a project manager at SGGA. So I actually had some students asking me for advice about like what should they choose, because some of them are like also trying to be realistic, like it's very hard to get, it's very competitive. But at the same time, like, you know, schools are also pressuring them to like, oh, your score must be very good, all those stuff. And that's what the companies are looking for. But at the same time, companies are telling me that actually they give more shit about your freaking portfolio and what you can do. That's more important, because your scores, can be screwed up for a myriad of reasons. So for me, I fucked up and I failed like 3 modules in my first year. So yeah, see, first year play so much, right? So I play so much to the point that I actually, let's just say I didn't focus much on my class. And I retake the test, but because I had to retake, right, so I just got the average score. I no longer qualify for like, oh, if you're A, B or whatever nonsense. I just get the average score. And because of that affected my overall GPA. And I'm here to tell everybody is that, okay, hard work is still important. It's still important to go and learn on your own. But I graduated with a GPA of 1.78, which is nowhere near average. It's nowhere near the best fucking result you could ever get. It's considered a shitty result. But what did I have in return? I went for like work experiences that make sense. I went for like skill sets that I feel would make sense. So I learned more on the management levels kind of skill. I learned more admin stuff, because admin nobody wants to fucking touch it, right? You go and learn it lah, shit. You go and learn it, then you go where like the demand is at, and you know that there's lesser competition, right? So I was very clear, oh my god, there's a lot of people who are so much better at doing 3D modeling and animations than me. I didn't go and like fucking stand out a bit, right? So I do have the knowledge of game development, but I need to one-up people. So what's the way to one-up people? Oh, a lot of people are actually fucking bad at management. A lot of people are actually bad at admin and paperwork. I go and learn that lah. So that was like my thought process. And like, yeah, I graduated at 1.78, but I was hired before I even graduated. Yeah, I remember I was at work, I had to take leave to go for my own graduation ceremony.
That
was when I was at the game lab.
So can you tell us more about like this new job that you have? Like, what is this first job that you have?
Yeah, so in poly, the thing is that I was actually on an overseas internship, but I'm not afraid to say this. The school can come and find me, but the school fucked up my visa, and I was in China, and China the visa is actually very strict. So because of that, we are limited to a 90-day visa. You see?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and because of that, we had to come back earlier, and we didn't fulfill the minimum number of months, which is 4 months for internship. You see? So
what year was this?
This was 2014. Oh no, 2013. The internship happened in 2013. But the photo that you're showing right now is 2014 during my graduation.
Oh no, I am trying to look for a 2013 photo for you. Like will this do?
Okay. Yeah, this will do. I'll talk about him later.
All right.
He's quite relevant. But yeah, so okay. I was quite pissed off lah. But when I came back, I had to basically take up another internship to cover up the remaining months that I missed out.
Right.
Unfortunately, nobody's going to take me for 1 month, so I had to go in minimum 3 months. So in total I did like almost 6 months worth of internship.
Yeah.
So when I came back, right, there was a few options. One was, okay, One was like some game studio which nobody has ever heard of, and I don't remember the name. Please don't ask me.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was funny because my friend went there, and then he said like constantly there'll be power outage. So the other option was actually the general.
This is in Singapore, right?
This is in Singapore, yes. So the other option was that the IT school's general office needed staff, admin staff, event staff. It's basically a bao ka liao sai gang warrior lah. They just need the standard like, oh, I need an intern to do all the shit kind of thing. So I opted to go for that because I felt that I would learn a lot more skills from that. And I was already thinking that I was going to go more into the management role. I'm not going to go much into the development side, right? So I went for that. I did 3 or 4 months of it. And yeah, I honestly speaking, I think that internship gave me a lot more than I ever learned because when I was in China,
Right.
I was actually just a software tester. But actually, software testing helps me to learn a bit more. Like rather than just in theory when we learn in the modules, right? It was actually put into practice. Just that it wasn't a game company. It was like general software testing. But it does teach you about processes. It does teach you about compliance. It does teach you about like to catch things that people do not usually look at. Yeah, so I think that helped me like basically build. Basically, you're a character builder, right?
Yeah.
So that internship plus the one at the general office, I think helps me with like the later jobs that I have lah. So it was more towards the admin side, the management side of things. So
Was it hard finding like internships in Singapore back in like 2014? Like for
Oh my
games?
God.
Were you specifically looking for game companies as well on top of that?
So back then, if I'm not wrong, there was still like the Ubisoft like mass hiring interns at that point,
Right.
like the bigger companies lah. But on top of that, right, obviously they're only going to pick like 10. It's considered mass at that time.
Right.
But they're only going to pick the best of the best, and it's not just for one school. You see, it's like across all the other schools. I don't know what was the quota lah, but there's a quota, and then they can hire this many interns at that point. Everybody else is. You can try and self-secure, but do not know how well it'll go. But a lot of them didn't end up having an internship in a game-related company, you see. I had a friend who went to a photography studio and went there to sweep the floor and make coffee.
Well, so here's the funny thing, right? Like so, so when I was working with Gumi, and this is pretty recent, like this is in the last 5 to 6 years kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
We would take in an intern every 3 to 6 months. As a general rule, we try to insist on 6 months internships on for our side because we do live service, and while 3 months is nice for you to like get your hands wet. Like a proper experience is 6 months.
I agree.
So we usually try to encourage that kind of thing. So then what happens is that, as a rule for me, I try to make a point that when we were picking up our interns, right, like I would always sit in on interviews for the most part, and we would try and make a plan and say, okay, hey, this is what I think I want to see you try and do. This is what I want you to try and learn and stuff like that. Like, as in, I try to contextualize what they're going to experience with us as through their internship, you know. Like that was a step that a process that I usually go with a lot of mine. But it's a large part because I've seen the people before me, like basically before I started taking over the interns that went past.
Yeah.
And I've seen how it feels like they were just there to fill in a seat. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's often what happens for a lot of the companies. Unfortunately, like over the years, I did see that. And the companies, right, it's not that they don't want to train also.
Right.
A lot of them have actually feedback that if it's a longer training period, it makes more sense because I have time to train and actually have time to put them on a project for them to actually make something.
Exactly.
If it's so limited, right, like some schools are like 3 months only. You can't go more than that.
Right.
Then like 3 months, how it's gonna take me like a while to make something.
Exactly.
To train them, and then after that, when they make something, right, you know the process is not like within 1 month you make something.
Right.
It's like a constant development process. It's very hard for me to give them a feature for them to work on, and then they fuck off.
Exactly. So this was exactly the same thing. I took a little pride in this, by the way, because being in live service means that I can put you on something, I can train you up. Like it takes about a month to bring you up to speed.
Yeah.
Then about another month for you to start working on something, and then you'd see it go out the month by your 3rd month. You know, that kind of thing. So you get to go through the process of seeing your content go out and actually see live feedback from how players respond to what you put out and like what you're looking at and stuff like that. So that's actually not only is it very fulfilling, like it gives you a very good sense of like, you know, the what's the word, the pipeline kind of thing, the rollout kind of feeling. So you get to see how the influences of what you do or whatever changes or modifications you do to the game, like actually, get into the hands of players, that kind of stuff. So for me, I feel like that's a fantastic internship experience, that kind of thing. That's at least how I picture it in my head.
And also like our industry, right? Unfortunately, right, I feel that you need to have a balance of both like the passion and actually like really stick about your expectation of the industry.
I absolutely agree.
And being hands-on at the job internship, right, actually helps give you that perspective.
Exactly. So the reason why I asked you a little bit about this one was because in part because I personally, through my own studies, I've never gone through an internship myself. So I've heard stories exactly like the one you described, where you go in as an intern and all you do is you give copy and like help do errands, and you get lucky you do the laundry for your CEO or some shit like that.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
Yeah. Like I've heard horror stories of that shit. That kind of thing. And because those are stories that I sort of absorb through other people, I don't know how true is that, especially in the games industry, and especially during the time that you were going through. I only have my experiences with Gumi as a reference point, and I can only testify, like I can only speak for the approach I was taking for interns and how I wanted the interns to experience their experience with us, that kind of thing. Like when I was there, I don't even know whether that's still true now.
Okay, so one of the other things is that obviously, because when I go to the schools, right, I'll ask them how many of your graduates actually continue to work in like a game related company. I wasn't even saying game development company, I said game related company, and they'll give a super high number, and I'm like, that's a fucking lie. Like I know that for optics or whatsoever, they may consider game related very, very broad, but I can tell you, for me, my batch in my year was I think 80 plus students. I'm the only one I believe I'm the only one that's still in the game industry or something like that.
So
at most it's only a handful. Like you look at that percentage, you can see already
that's like less than 10%.
Yeah, it's very low. And like, okay, if we don't go by that route, right, my class itself, we started with like 24 or 25 people. We graduated with like 12 people, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
To be fair, I graduated as an animator. And I graduated as an animator in 2008-ish. Is it? No, 2008? Yeah, roughly around that time.
Yeah.
And there was a rule back in the day, like as in it was understood back in the day, like people who come out as animators, who graduate as animators, they're already a rarity. Because in my class, when I went in, right, the first year, my class started with 56 people. I remember this number a little bit oddly specifically. So 56 people. And I think I graduated in a class of like 8 or 12.
Wow. That number is worse than mine.
So,
oh my god.
So 8 or 12. And then of the 8 or 12 of us, they graduated as animators, right? Supposedly as animators. I mean, obviously I'm not an animator anymore. But I think of all of us, one of them is in Streamline. I know one of them is in Streamline because I've seen him post about him in Streamline. One of them is doing his own YouTube animations. He's actually pretty well known. I don't want to name drop him because I feel like it's
let's not leave him alone.
I don't want to tumpang glamour, you know what I mean? I don't want to like borrow his glory kind of thing. Like, I mean,
I get it.
Yeah, like it's like he's doing really well for himself, but like all cards on the table. We weren't really close in college, and like, yeah, whatever, let's move on. Then one of them is in Bannam in Japan right now. So and he's still doing animation and all that kind of stuff. So that's still relevant to what we graduated with. So, but of all of us, right? Like I think some of us, I know one or two of us ended up in doing, I think, direct sales, if I'm not mistaken, or direct sales, or if not, like day trading and stuff like that.
Finance related stuff. Like honestly speaking, my experience is almost the same.
Right.
A lot of them ended up in like corporate jobs. Like when I say corporate, it's really like related to finance. You even have insurance or investment, or even just like general engineering. You see.
Right.
So There's one thing that I felt was like an issue, right? Is that a lot of the students, when they leave, they don't actually go into the courses that you want to go. But then we also, for IT school, for my school, right, it's majority guys.
Right.
After poly, they're all gonna go NS. And the biggest problem is that when they go NS, after they come out 2 years, right? Like NSE is a hard experience. Like you're tired. You go through training. Some people like, oh my god, they glow up from it, and then like they become like more organized or whatsoever. But for a lot of people, it is a tiring experience. And by the time they come out, they're like, I'm really 2 years behind.
Yeah.
Do I really want to continue this? And then like, if I want to continue this, it means that I kind of have to like restart some of my experience because I didn't keep on coding throughout the entire 2 years. I don't have time. I'm too tired. Like physical training is insane.
Right.
So because of that, right, we do get a lot of guys who drop out. So I do understand that why, like after so long, right, like there's only like a handful of us that's maybe still in the industry or related industry, because a lot of them just like kind of gave up and then they went to take like degrees that are like much more generic, like or business degree, management degree or some shit. Yeah,
it's funny that you mentioned that actually, because it's one thing that I never really thought about, which is I think a uniquely Singaporean experience where because most guys who actually do make up the majority of any games related like field of study, right?
Yeah.
They have to attend NS in Singapore for like 2 years.
Yes, and it's after most of that is after JC or poly before the university.
Right, and you overlap this against how quickly technology has sort of evolved in our generation.
Yes, like honestly speaking, the way technology or trends in general, 2 years you miss out on a lot of things.
Right.
By the time you come out, you're kind of like drained by it also.
Right. So it feels, I think for like some people, it almost feels like you have to relearn everything.
Yeah.
So it's almost a massive test on like your passion, just to see whether you want to continue down this road. This is a bit like going backwards to our story sharing, right? Like, but I remember like back when I was a kid, when I heard about DVDs, when DVDs first came out, right?
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell? Because like DVDs were like 10 gigs of data in a DVD.
Yeah.
And before that was CDs, and the maximum capacity for a CD was like 700 megs. Like I felt like they jumped some technology somewhere in between.
Yeah.
When DVDs came out, and I was like, what? Like, what?
Yeah, like it blew my mind when we had CD players to listen to music, and then suddenly like, oh, Walkman, what?
Yeah.
I mean, like things change really fast. Because I have to understand, end of the day, right? While you may be living your life, right? Life is going on for other people as well, and they're constantly innovating.
Right?
They're constantly innovating. They're constantly improving. They're constantly creating. You see, so it's really hard. Like I do feel for a lot of like the guys who has to go. I mean, everybody, all the guys have to go through NS, right? I do feel for them when they come out and they feel like, oh my god, I lost 2 years of my life. Like a lot of them, they do feel this way, and some of them they sign on now. I mean, like because it's already their life for 2 years, right? They feel comfortable to a certain point, and it's a stable job.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I don't think any form of salary can fight that at the point where you feel like you don't have any other skill set. You see, so that's the part that I do feel for them. Like, it's not that none of them had like the interest or the passion or anything. They did at one point, but going through that 2 years of like not having any contact with it because you have to do this. Like it does take away a bit from like that sense of freedom to be able to choose what you want to do.
Yeah, you do feel like oh, I've already invested and I don't like I've already spent 2 years. I'm 2 years behind. I already know this. Why the incentive for you to choose something different is just stacked against you, right?
Yeah, honestly speaking, at that point it's
because it's one part because it's one part inertia, and then the other part is like the market forces that are just fighting against you anyway.
Yeah, it's just really bad. So I do feel for them, but I did meet people who, they continued the studies in the original course that they were in. So I think during industry day, because you were my host, remember, you did ask me some questions about like some of my memorable experiences, like with SGGA or with industry day, and I brought up like some of the students that I met. So one of the students, like I met him when he was still in Republic Poly.
Right.
He was one of like the student showcase for Industry Day in 2019.
Right.
Then at that point of time, I had like a collaboration with GameStar Asia. So he really had a very good game, and I had a year where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna choose the best game, and they're gonna have a free booth at GameStar Asia. So I worked out a free booth at GameStar Asia, and he went to exhibit at GameStar Asia, and he was like, oh my god, like. He told me before, like, the opportunity at Industry Day that brought him to where he was. Then he interned with like No Average Joe, and got him involved in even more like games and like just the general industry itself. And when he went into NS, he did go through the 2 years of NS. At one point, he was telling me he almost wanted to sign on. And I was like, oh my god! But he told me that eventually he realized that, you know, he really still had the heart for games, and he really wanted to play games. So once he OR'd, he went to get an education at Japan, continuing the development dream. And I'm quite heartened by it. But at the same time, I'm like, oh my god, I don't please survive. Because, you know, our survival rates of our indies.
It is. And like, I don't like to make it sound like it is like harder here in Singapore for some reasons, but like it does feel like a uniquely Singaporean journey to.
Honestly speaking, I can still say it is harder in Singapore. Firstly, we do have a higher cost of living in general, and that alone, right? Like, that is the reason why a lot of my friends or batches or my batch itself, right, they went to get corporate jobs, because you see that's stable, and the income right at the start is quite high. You see. Like, if you get a bank job, for example, you can't really fight with that. They are like fresh entry level, you know.
But okay, so I want to probably I do want to not I don't want to bury the lead and like forget about the picture that we have that we were sharing earlier, but I do want to do a quick one on that one. Like, stability is a major issue within the industry. I think that is something that cannot be denied lah. And I think that is sort of like the holy grail of what a lot of us in the games industry have sort of been chasing lah. It's a massive question mark, and I think that's a deeper and longer conversation to be had.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I do want to just quickly put on a note there. I think cost of living is highly subjective. As a Malaysian myself, I feel like that the perception of Singaporeans that Singaporean cost of living is high requires a little bit of adjustment. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying that it requires a little bit of adjustment, only because I think it's a little unfair to if you earn Singaporean dollars, to compare how much you spend in Singaporean dollars against how much other people spend in their local currencies.
Oh no, okay, I can be more specific about why I said what I said. Because a lot of them, they think about settling down and having a family.
Okay.
In that sense, then yes, you need to start preparing, you need to start saving, and that does lead to a couple of things. One other thing is that I do know this. I'm so sorry if the person is ever listening to this podcast, but like, so for example, simple things like maybe not paying themselves enough money, or not paying themselves CPF at even. Like, and then after that, when they want to settle down, right? Oh shit, I don't have money in my CPF to like get a HDB or BTO or something. So those are all like very Singaporean problems.
So that one I will definitely concede. But the thing is that concession comes with this massive asterisk here. It is worth noting that I think, especially for Singaporeans, like the BTO thing, right? The CPF to BTO journey, that thing is the biggest thing that that I think, for at least on the tops of minds for most Singaporeans, the biggest reason why it feels like the cost of living is high. Oh,
it's not just that. So I can tell you another thing that is a huge, it's going to be a huge pain. So the other thing is that with marriage, right? When you're considering marriage, it's also a very Singaporean thing to host a wedding banquet.
Oh, yeah. No.
And this is another huge cost. Like, honestly speaking, I'm of the mindset that you want to get married, just go and fucking get the cert and be done with it. But there is this huge tradition. A lot of them are imposed by parents or like the older generation that no, you must have huge banquet. Oh my god, we must have at least 4 tables, and each of these tables is an insane amount of money, and it's not to include like your dress or your suit or whatsoever, all the other expenses. You see. Yeah, and it's a bit like saving for the D-Day kind of thing.
Right. So I get what you mean on that one. And once again, these two things, right? Like I think the two things are a little bit different, but I do get what you're getting at. Like because it's like, oh yeah, both takes a significant amount of money. But I think the significant difference is like the wedding banquet thing is an evolving thing. Like I do see less and less people, like, or people looking for alternatives, options, and stuff like that.
Yeah lah. Some people like instead of dinner they do lunch. Instead of some lunch or dinner they do reception, but it's still a cost.
Yeah, correct. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that the perception has slowly like sort of evolved a little bit. So it's not as big a staple to the standard cost of like cost of living as say for example your BTO thing or CPF to BTO thing, which is very like you cannot avoid it kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean it's also long-term expenses that you're going to be expecting, right?
Right. And exactly. And which itself, right, is one thing. I want to end this topic with this small note here. Because I feel like through this conversation, a very powerful takeaway for any government official that's listening to this is that
they are not listening to this. Come on.
I'm quite sure they're not, but just putting it out there, right? Like for anyone who's listening here, like if you want Singapore's like birth rates to go up, like make BTOs cheaper.
But I mean, I can also understand that. Okay, never mind. It's fine.
No, but it is fundamentally it, right? It has everything to do with cost of living, right?
It does.
Yeah, but you can't like the cost of food and everything else. That's something that you've somewhat managed and regulated already. But the biggest thing that makes no sense right now, that is still ridiculously high, for some reason, despite BTOs being by right supposed to be government housing, is still controlled by market forces. Is like
it's not just BTO, man. Even resale or even rental, like couples wanting to rent together. Oh my god! Because I personally rent. Oh my, the freaking insane like increase in rental prices.
Correct. They're just horrible. They're absolutely horrible, and it makes no freaking sense. And as I said, like if government officials are listening to this, like it's the one thing in Singapore that I would 101% get behind and say this is really effed up. It makes no freaking sense. In so many other countries, you can argue over it simply because it's like, hey, these houses are not government houses, like it's all private owned and stuff like that. So like the incentive of the private sector versus the interest, sorry, the incentives of the public sector is two separate things. But HDBs are not private sectors.
Yeah, wasn't there a news recently where one of the HDB got sold for 1 million?
Yeah, exactly. It's like
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Singapore, I kind of understand like why you want to try and do the way you do, but at some point you're being really silly about it.
I mean, at some point, right, the people that you're hurting, right, is your own citizens,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. Like when your citizens can't afford their own houses properly, it becomes really silly. I know there are stopgap measures, like there are actual hard caps to this stuff in Singapore, but at the same time, it's like, guys, like you shouldn't wait until like critical stage kind of thing, Like you're already having a problem with your population, And one of the biggest...
okay, we need to move on from this topic before I start saying something nonsensical.
Correct. So that's why I want to. That's why I said this is going to be the last thing. I just want to put a capper to this topic on this note, because as I said, like when it comes to cost of living, we were talking about people rejoining industry here in Singapore, and a lot of it has to do with cost of living, and a lot of the discussion about cost of living at some level or another has to do with basic things like finding accommodations. So if you're trying to buy your place, this is going to be a factor. If you're going to try and make a living or build your life here in Singapore, buying a place is definitely going to be a factor. And if the games industry cannot provide you stable income, buying a place is just going to be very, very difficult, right? So it's ultimately a problem. Anyways, come, let's talk about this picture.
Oh, yeah. So that's actually one of my lecturer. He was actually what you call like your form teacher, right? But they call it like care person. Right. His name is Michael Gary. He's a very close friend, and honestly speaking, I think he's the one who gave me the most like realistic expectations and advice about the industry. And earlier I mentioned about like me taking the job at Game Lab. So I actually got this opportunity through the general office because one of my supervisors was friends with someone that was from the Game Lab, and she was like, "Hey, I think you'll be a good fit because like you like games, and then they are looking for admin staff." I was like, "Oh, okay." I had a quick like little lunch meeting with the person, and like we chat a bit about the job and what she was looking for. And she said, okay, let me arrange an official interview for you. So I went for the interview, and like that's where I met Chongguan. Chongguan was my very first boss. And yeah, like at that point of time, I was also a bit scared because I mean, after all, I'm still quite young at that time. It's like 18, 19, right? So I actually spoke to him, this Michael, and he gave me the advice, which was like a quote that he got from the CEO of Virgin Airlines, which is like, if you don't know what you want, if you don't know what to do, just go and learn. Just take the job, and then you learn along the way. Something to this effect. I don't know the actual quote. Please go and Google it yourself. But yeah, he gave me this advice, and he also gave me like realistic advice as well about like work in general. And because of that, I took the job, and that's also the job that got me started in the games industry. It got me learning a lot more, like more practical stuff, I guess. Not necessarily development Yeah, so I told him multiple times that I do owe like me getting that job to him Like if he didn't say that, or he didn't encourage me to go for it, I probably would have like I'm gonna consider, I'm gonna look out for other things first.
And shout out to Michael Gary.
Yeah, no, I want to shout out to him because he's supposed to be working on his stupid game, and until now, he's still not ready. I've been like pressing him for like 10 years. Since I graduated, he left the school after I graduated, and he created his own company to make a game. And this idiot, his game is still not ready. I'm having to shout at him for his wife as well. So
WIP, this is a WIP for 10 years, man.
No, fuck you, Michael. Can you get your game out so that I can like show people your game? Honestly speaking, I thought his game was really cute, and like I really want him to release it ASAP.
Let's wait for Michael to do the reveal himself.
Oh my god, I'm gonna clip this part and I send it to him, and I'll be like, Michael, I talk about you.
I'm a very big proponent of game developers doing their own genre reveals.
Yes, I'm not gonna talk more about the game because, to be honest, I don't know if it's still the same game or he chose something else.
I know, right?
I used to call him Harry Potter because he kind of looks like a grown-up Harry Potter. Yeah, I think I was quite a troublemaker for him. And interestingly enough, like he's one of the few lecturers that actually had like actual games industry experience. So this actually ties back to the education portion, right? I realized that a lot of kids, they do not know what to expect about games because a lot of the lecturers may not have worked in the industry before. So for him in particular, why his advice was so much more important and more practical and realistic is because he used to work in the games industry, and he was on like the GTA 4 project. He was one of the AI programmers there.
Nice.
So so like he had actual industry experience, and he was able to give me the experience based on that, you see. And I feel that like having lecturers with this kind of experience makes things a lot better. But again, people who are good developers may not be good lecturers, you see. Yeah, you may be good at your job, but doesn't mean that you can teach people.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Like I used to I used to tutor mathematics when I was in college. It was how I actually afforded my art supplies. I'm a decent one, by the way. Like yes, I was studying art, but like I'm a decent like mathematician. For secondary school standards, by standard secondary school standards. So I used to, but I've seen bad teachers. I know bad teachers because I've seen the results of bad teachers. I used to tutor at some level a 15-year-old who didn't know how to do basic division.
Oh, okay.
Like basic division, like as in like, oh, here's 4 digits divided by 1 digit, how to do it, you know, that kind of thing. Like he had trouble with that. And yeah, and I've seen the results of bad teachers. The fact is, right, to do is one skill, to teach is another.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. So it's the same thing when it comes to game design, game development, all that kind of stuff. Like to be an effective communicator of games, right, or game design in particular, it's a very different skill from being as a guy who's like, oh, I know how to fix a game, or to make something and then like play it 16,000 times to eventually figure out like through consensus what works and what doesn't. Am I making sense to you?
Oh, like, no, yes, you are. Yeah, I get it.
I know, right? Like
I would love to share a story about like the difference between someone who has actual industry experience versus someone who doesn't. my
Right.
own experience.
Right. I'll get to that one a little bit because
But you can continue first.
I do apologize if this is a bit of a segue because this one is a bit of a small pain point for me
Mm-hmm.
because I know the industry standard nowadays is to do rapid prototype, like rapid prototyping, make something and then get it out, get 1,000 people to play it and like play the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is from personal experiences with like feedback and like playtesting with the general public, right? A lot of question and answers, like sort of like what you take out of a playtest kind of thing, is heavily dependent on the sort of the filtration of the game designer, like the intentionality behind the game design.
Yeah.
And if you're not clear about the intentionality of the game design that you produce, meaning that you're not sure about why you put stuff into the games that you're making, you know, if you're not clear about like, oh, this should be here because of this should be here because of this should be here because of this, the feedback that you get, right, can become very, very distracting because you're going to interpret it in such a way saying, oh, players don't like this, or therefore should change this, or enough players don't like this, therefore I should change this. You know what I mean? Without realizing, right, that when you make these kind of changes, they are no longer the same game. Like it automatically conflicts with what you're supposed to be playing or what the game was supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So because this is a thing in like the modern method of making games tend to go around that kind of thing, you get sometimes these kind of multi-million-dollar flops because what happens is that the game designers behind the scenes, right, or the people who are making decisions, right, are not able to properly appreciate like why games work. You know, and then to them they're like, oh, but the playtest has showed us this or that, you know, but without realizing that, oh wait, when the playtest says this is actually a sign of something else, you know, or something like that. Like they are not able to filter this in this way effectively. Yeah, so this is a pain point for me, especially because we were talking about like game design theory, knowing about game history and all that kind of stuff earlier.
Yeah.
I just want to bring that up as a huge thing.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think it ties in very well to the one that you were talking about in terms of like having industry experience versus not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, it does. Oh, do you want to hear my story now?
Yes, of course I do.
So on one hand, he's great. He has industry experience. So I did have experience with another lecturer who taught me my first year. And if I'm not wrong, he was actually the lecturer for our module for introduction to game design.
Right.
And the funniest part is that he's never worked in the industry before.
Right.
Nor was he trained in game design.
I mean, in all defense, I'm not trained in game design either.
But the moment you hear that, right, as an educator, right,
Yeah.
the perspective is already like, what the fuck? You don't have any experience and you were not trained in this. Like, why are you there?
Well,
so you have to listen to the whole story. So
yeah, of course.
Eventually, what we learned. So he insists. Oh, this is going to be a freaking huge shout out, man.
Right.
He
Let's not
insists
drop
on
names.
us. No, not names, but he insists on us calling him a doctor because he earned his doctorate.
Okay, I suppose that's fair.
Yeah, but I do not respect it because like some of the things that he has said to me, and also because like he wrote his thesis on like being a guild master for like WoW, if I'm not wrong.
Suppose.
Guild master, the management or whatever nonsense. But then because of that, he assumes because of this, he has industry experience, like game experience, you see.
Right.
And I'm like, writing a fucking thesis doesn't make you fucking from the industry, right? So that was one part. And I mean, I was the dumb kid, right? It was my first year, right? Some of the things that we did was that we had like a take home kind of little project to do.
Right.
And based on a whole bunch of topics, each topic will have 2 person talking about it. And my topic, I think only I picked that because like there was an odd number of students and I was the only one to pick feminism in video games or sexism in video games. I think it's sexism in video games.
Okay.
So yeah, and I was like I think my presentation was like, obviously I didn't go very deep, but I did say like all the characters, right, are all like, in other words, are like the heightened version of what we imagine ourselves to be, right? A lot of creators, they create maybe a character that is based on what they want to be.
Right.
Yeah, and essentially like we do know that there's a lot of characters who are sexualized, both
Right.
male and female.
Right.
So with that in mind, I kind of put my presentation to that sense lah. Then I say that sexism in video games do exist lah. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, like overall, not just in video games, but not just in the games itself. You see, in the industry itself. So that was where the wider thing I was going about.
Right.
And after my presentation, the only thing he said to me was, "Do you really think there's a sexism in the industry or in in video games?" Then I'm like, "What the fuck is that? What the fucking mean?" And like, like in my heart, I was like, "Yeah, what the fuck is exists in daily life, not just in the industry."
Right.
But as an idiot, and then the fact that he's grading me, I was like, okay, I kept my fucking mouth shut lah.
That's really wise of you, by the way. Like,
that's really wise of me, but like knowing my temper at this point in my life, I would have like shot him if I was there at that time. Like, it was such an insensitive thing to even say to a female, like as a guy, and there's like only 2 girls in my class. So like, what the heck, bro?
Okay, on that note, right, I want to, because the topic is here right in front of us, I do want to try and take a chance to like just segue into it a little bit.
Okay.
Like, from your experience in the last like 10 years, and I know I'm jumping the timeline a little bit because this is from your time in, like, we're talking about this is a time in your life in 2013. This is you going through your, you know, your presentation years with like, you know, introduction to game design and all that. And I am asking like you to jump forward at 10 years where we're looking at 2023 and 2024 right now.
Yeah.
Like, what is your impression on sexism in the video games industry?
Honestly speaking, I'm at that point in my life where I don't care what gender you are, what you identify as. Right. I'm of the opinion that of your character, your personality, and also your competency level.
Right.
Like, I don't care about anything else. Like, okay, those are what you identify as, and I respect that, and I will refer to you as how you identify. But at the end of the day, right, if you're a shitty fucking human being, right, I don't give a shit. If you can't do the work that you're hired to do, I also don't give a shit. Like, I rather work with someone or like know someone, have that person in my life. As long as they're a good person, or like I get along with them, or like, you know, they're competent people that I work with, and I really don't care about anything else. Like, to me, the other factors are not say like I don't give a shit in the like I don't care what you are, but it doesn't matter to me.
Right. So to you at least, it's not a factor, at least to you personally.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I do still notice that there are certain like instances or certain observations I've made where, I mean, we definitely have a lot more representation of female to male nowadays compared to like 10 years ago. Okay.
Right.
But there's still situations where I see where females still do not feel as comfortable being at certain places or like being with certain people in general, and it's not them being like paranoid or whatever. Sometimes it is good to be paranoid because you really never know. Yeah, and on the other hand, I also do see like some females getting treated differently compared to the others. Yeah, depending on how they look, you see.
Oh, so it's actual like based on like, oh, do I think you're hot?
Actual appearance, yeah. So, like, okay, I'm a double, so I'm just gonna say that. Like, sometimes the hotter one do get treated better.
Okay.
Sometimes, like, the one that is not attractive to the person, like, they do get treated worse or like just ignored. I don't think that should be the case. I think like it should be a matter of like, is the person a good person at heart, or is the person competent in their work, able to deliver? Like, those are, I mean, like, it's a workplace, right? Like, these are the shit that you should be giving a shit about, not like what the heck is in between their fucking legs. So, to me, like, sometimes when I witness this, it does get really upsetting for me. So, I guess, okay, so I do have like a tao face. When I was 20 years old, starting in Game Lab, a lot of my interns thought that I was 30. So with that, right, it actually helps my job a lot more. When they assume that I'm older, and I also do not have a very friendly face. So because of that, and also the vibe I give off, or my demeanor when I'm talking to people about work, I do get a lot more respect as compared to someone who might be a bit more meek.
For reference, this is how Cheryl looks like when she graduated.
Yes, this is how I look like, and that's my mom and dad. Yeah.
Shout out to mom and dad.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2 person who caught me an accident, kind of side. So, so yeah, then like honestly speaking, like, oh shit, I lost my train of thoughts. But on the other hand, But I do feel bad for them because
Yeah.
a lot of them, they could be doing really good work, but because they are a bit more meek or they dress differently
Right.
or they dress a certain way and people just like, because of that, they kind of judge the person
Yeah.
on the altar,
Yeah.
then they get treated differently. I'm like, what the fuck? Just like, why are you bothering with this? Like, it should only matter whether the person is doing their job or not if it's a workplace thing, right?
Yeah, I agree with you on so many different levels. And the reason why I'm asking is because in case it's not obvious, I'm a dude. And being a dude means that like you sometimes it is kind of like, you know, invisible to you. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you think you're just joshing around, you're just having fun, whatever else there is. But sometimes you cross lines that you don't know, and like because we all come from different walks of life, some people are more comfortable with other things than we are. Like, you know,
Yes.
like or from each other kind of thing. Like as a full thing, and this is a little bit behind baseball inside baseball for anyone who's curious to know, right? I for me personally, I get very uncomfortable when people, very specifically talking about like lewd stuff on stream, very specifically on stream, right? Like, in person, arguable, whatever else there is, but like on stream in particular, I get a little uncomfortable. So as a thing, most of the time when I'm talking to people, when I'm talking to people who are potentially showing up on the show, right, and all that kind of stuff, one of the things that I personally lay out as a rule that I'm not comfortable talking about will always be things about like lewd stuff and things like that. Especially if we talk specifically about lewd stuff. If we're talking about tangentially, like if it's relevant to a different subject or things like that, then, you know, whatever. But if we're talking about specifically lewd stuff, I get a little uncomfortable. So it's something that I actually often will tell everyone come on this show very specifically about that. But to a lot, and one reason why I bring it up is because to a lot of people, hey, we're in our 30s, we're all healthy people, and whatever else there is, right? Like to a lot of people, this is not something that makes them uncomfortable. You know?
Yeah,
But
honestly speaking, I'm on the it doesn't make me uncomfortable.
Right, exactly. I know. But that's exactly it, which is why like I make it a point and say, hey, it makes me uncomfortable. I want to bring it up.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same case for a lot of people who are in like the workspace and all that kind of stuff, because to a lot of people, this is not something that might be obvious to them.
Yep.
You know?
I mean, like, I'm also a bit more mindful about that because I think over the years, I kind of like, I just gonna do whatever fuck I want. So I do talk a lot of like nonsensical nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, you're one of the people who can out all my nonsense most of the time. But because we have been friends for so long, I'm comfortable with you, and we both know how each other talk.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm comfortable to say it.
Correct.
But if it's to a random stranger who comes up to me and starts talking about lewd stuff, I'll be like, what the fuck, bro?
Correct.
So
and-
it's just
and I
like a bit knowing, like have some awareness about yourself. And
correct, but
yeah.
and just to extend back to the thing that I was asking about, right? And this is kind of weird blindness that I think some people get, because like when you go into companies, sometimes like companies, especially when game companies who have a very long history, who started off back in the day before HR compliancy was a thing, or you know, like the culture is just different. I'm not, by the way, I'm not trying to defend this behavior, by the way. I am trying to make a case for like, hey, we should do better. You know what I mean?
We should really do better.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm just making a case where it's like, hey, we are human. We're gonna be blind to some of this shit. It's not great. We should do better.
Yep.
But I think at some point, like, you know, going up to people and saying, hey, this is not great, kind of thing. Can you not do that? Like, it should be the way to go about it. You know?
Yeah. Also, like you saying this in particular, it does bring something to my mind. A lot of my friends who like know that I work in the games industry, right, they actually do bring up like, hey, why is there so many like harassment cases in the games industry? And I'm like literally point blank telling them, like, you know, harassment happens in every fucking industry,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Why is it getting called out so much in the game industry? Because over the years we have developed a much more like, whether or not it's implemented to the fullest by everybody, that's another thing to talk about. But why is there more news about our cases happening here? Because people are finally stepping up. People are finally talking about it. People are putting in place HR compliance processes, consequences. But yes, we do get cases where things go unnoticed. People do not know about it. But then again, right, for victims, right, is their story to tell, is their point of view to bring up, their story to talk about. So at the end of the day, once they are ready to talk about it, that's how people know about it. And compared to the other industry, why don't you hear as much cases? Because nobody's fucking talking about it.
Well,
That's the biggest difference.
Right. I think it's fair to say like that's part of it, but I think it's also part of it because like in a lot of other industries, the processes in sort of to resolve this thing is more sort of ingrained already, like it's sort of built in a little bit.
Yeah.
So even if it happens, it gets resolved internally without like it becoming a news article.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not saying that like the public awareness isn't good, because public awareness, like this thing should not happen at all. Let me just put it really, really bluntly.
Oh,
like,
it
these
should
things
not happen at all.
at all. So the fact that we know more about it and we're more aware of it, hopefully lends itself to avoiding these things from happening at all.
Yeah.
Like the fact that the other industries have it, like have processes so that like if it happens and when it happens it disappears, it's not a good thing. You know, like having those statistics might be good, you know, that kind of thing. But the fact is it's not like unique to the games industry kind of thing.
Yeah, honestly speaking, these issues, right, that people think, oh my god, it's only the games industry. No, it's not happening just in game industry, just that we are talking about it more.
Yeah,
that's why you hear about it more.
I think also very similarly also as well, like to be fair, the games industry is also pretty young in comparison to a lot of other industries.
Yeah. So, the other industries, like maybe you get cases where like they're really afraid to talk because some of these companies or some of these people that are the perpetrators have been around for much longer. They could really fuck up my life. They're like, there's always that fear, and I realized that that's one of the biggest fear in people being against like speaking out on the situation. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, fear for your own livelihood is a very reasonable fear to have, right?
Yeah.
Especially in an industry that's as volatile as the games industry itself.
Yeah.
I think it's worth also noting that just as a point for extra context, right? Is that a lot of the early days games industry culture was sort of set by guys, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the early tech opportunities were given to guys, because we grew up with a generation of parents who still think like, girls should play with Barbie dolls, guys should play with like, you know, cars kind of thing. So like remote control and tech toys were sort of the domain of the guys kind of thing. Like we grew up with parents, a lot of them who think like that. I'm not saying that they're wrong, it's just how they were brought up themselves.
Yeah, and then, they were brought up in a different generation, and we are also born into a different generation. Exactly. So this is a generation to generation trauma, I feel. Correct. Like things that my parents are constantly worried about, paranoid about, scared about, right? Those are no longer like relevant in our generation, but we have new things, other things that we are paranoid about, we're scared about, we fear. Correct. So, and they don't understand it because they came from a different place. Correct. So it's a two-way thing. It's a two-way thing.
So what I'm getting at with this context is in very particular in regards to the games industry, right, is like some of the sexism that we think are inherent in the system is sort of a legacy problem that comes from that generation of people who came out, like the first generation of game devs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's like, this used to happen all the time, what's wrong, you know, that kind of thing.
Correct, exactly. So I'm not saying that like, we should let it pass kind of thing, no, but it is a phase that we have to grow out of, and a lot of this is going to be painful for a lot of us, especially people who are affected by it. But I just want to put the context out there for anyone who's trying to understand the situation.
Yeah. Wow, this has brought up so much.
Oh no, absolutely. Like, look, this is one of the greatest things about these sessions that I personally love to try and do. Very specifically, whenever we can get a chance to talk about industry more, I do want to try and talk about it in a more holistic manner. Yeah. It is unfortunately a missed opportunity for me because I've spoken to a number of people, but very often I've never had a chance to bring up topics in this very similar fashion. Either because the topics that, like the people we're talking about, like when I'm talking to Nerf, we're talking about Comic Fiesta and stuff.
Yep.
Like we managed to talk about a scene and the creative scene in general. But the problem, I want to correct myself. I've not talked about Comic Fiesta officially on this stream. I've only talked about KefKel. And we did manage to talk a little bit about industry, but like we didn't manage to go deep into it.
Yeah.
Because for various reasons at that time, like that wasn't like on top of mind for a lot of us.
Yeah, I
You know?
mean, if you're talking to someone like me, this all the shit that's gonna come out, man.
Correct, exactly. Because it very specifically, and we'll get to this eventually.
Yeah.
We're running into 2 hour mark right now, but we're gonna get into this eventually, which is really specifically about SGGA itself, and the SGGA itself being an industry group. Means that these perspectives are things that will cross Cheryl's table quite a bit, and once again, which is why a lot of these topics are coming up.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna take a quick pause here for like anyone who's like been with us throughout this entire stream. Shout out to Zitian who dropped a comment in the chat. Thank you very much. Always great to hear from like people who are listening in. If you have any questions for Cheryl, please feel free to drop them in the comment section. Sorry, in the chat, or if not, there is a link to the questions, link to a Google form in the description of this video itself. Feel free to drop it there. I will be watching over if I see any questions, and if I sneak it in, I will drop it with Cheryl as quickly as I can.
Whee!
All right. So yeah. So let me see my scrunched up newspapers. Do you know where that comes from, by the way, Cheryl? Did you watch Art Attack as a kid?
Nope.
They're making a remake nowadays. And I was talking to my fiance about that, and she was like, to be honest, I didn't really like have a very strong impression of Art Attack, and I'm like, yeah, I know, not everyone did. Like, to be honest, I love watching Art Attack, but I've never tried most of the stuff. Like, I just love watching it.
In terms of watching things that leaves rent free in my mind until this date is Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Okay. I mean,
oh my god, it's my favorite. Oh my god, I love it.
My favorite, which I think is a bit of a niche one for a lot of people. I don't know whether I'm intentionally saying this just to feel like like different kind of thing. But it's probably Mighty Max.
Jesus Christ, I have no idea what's that. Wait.
Yeah. Mighty Max was an animation, a two-season animation series, done to promote the male-centric version of Polly Pocket.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So, it was very interesting. I loved it a lot. It was a product of the 80s in a sense that, like, back in the day, people getting killed in cartoons were a thing. Like, you had people decapitated and stuff like that. Yeah, like, I'm not joking. It is. I rewatched it recently, and I'm like, holy shit! How did they get past? How did this get past censors?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I realized that when I watched as a kid.
Right.
Like that, those had a shit ton of nonsense in it, innuendos or whatsoever.
Yeah,
like, you know, Powerpuff Girls had a shit ton of that.
No. Okay. I think that one's unfair. I think the Powerpuff Girls, SpongeBob's, and like all that kind of like innuendos, those kind of stuff. I think those are often woven in really well, in the sense like, if you don't understand, you're not gonna get it.
Yes. No, it's more like me going back as an adult watching it. I was like, oh shit. You know that feeling? Like when you go back to something that's a long time ago, and then you're like, oh, I finally got the meaning of it. It's like, when we were young, right? We probably all listened to the song by Venga Boys, Boom 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 Boom, right?
Yeah.
So as a kid, you like just sing and dance to it. You don't know what it means. But as an adult, when I listened to it again, I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, but it's still one of my favorite songs though.
Exactly. Like I'll be honest, like, because so I was like listening. I was at the time when Katy Perry was getting really popular and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I did not know, as a point of reference here, I did not know what menage a trois actually meant. And I was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever kind of thing. And then it was, I'm not even kidding about this was years after the song was like no longer popular that I finally understood what it meant, and I'm like, holy fuck, what the fuck.
Yeah, like her song, the I Kiss a Girl, right? Then they said, one of the lyrics is like, the taste of a cherry chapstick. It's like, Yeah, a lot of people
think
just
that's
think like, oh, it's just chapstick, right?
Yeah. Isn't that
No,
the same
there's-
song? Isn't that the same song? I think it's the same song.
Is it the same song?
I'm not
Shit.
very sure.
Oh,
Anyway,
you're right.
is it the same song? I'm not sure. But
Okay.
but keep in mind, I came from a pretty conservative country. Malaysia is a pretty conservative country. Like we censor all sorts of stuff. I'm the country that like they censored Mighty Morphin Power Rangers because the word morphin sounded like morphine.
Oh shit, you're serious?
Yeah, I'm not even joking. Like, so if you watch Power Rangers back in the like 90s, right, on Malaysian national TV, right, the theme song will be like, go Power Rangers, right, and then you know the chorus goes like, something mighty morphing Power Rangers.
It's Mighty
that one,
Morphin Power Ranger.
right,
Yeah,
right? That's right, right? So
Yes.
what Malaysian kids would hear is mighty Power Rangers. So
Oh
it's
shit,
like
they
absolute silence.
they
just
literally
muted-
like redacted it.
yeah, so they just
Oh.
press the mute button on it, and like that's what you would hear. So I grew up. My country is that country, okay, and with that in mind, right, like the words menage a trois and like cherry chapstick made it past our censorship bars. Like
Damn.
no one said anything.
Damn.
So yeah, so yes, French and weird innuendos. Not thank you for introducing weird things to Malaysian kids.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like you've watched Courage the Cowardly Dog, right?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
some
God.
of the things
Courage is
they
absolute.
tackle. It's like it's definitely not kid friendly.
No. Courage is the master of this shit.
Yeah. Oh wait, are we getting too sidetracked?
Yes, we are. This is the break.
But
This
still
is the
talking nonsense.
Yes, of course. Coming back now. So you graduated now. You mentioned your first job. Tell us more about that one.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I started working in the SUT Game Lab. It's
Right.
the successor to the Gambit MIT Gambit Lab.
Right.
As Singapore MIT Gambit Lab, yeah. That's Gambit Game Lab. So that was the full name, I think. So it originally started as like a partnership between Singapore government and MIT to send like our students there. Yeah, you can use the previous photo. Yeah, the one with group one on the stage. Yeah. So that was like one
This
of the use this
Okay.
photo. Yeah, so that's one of the most like prominent period. I mean, because that's the first job I had, right?
Right.
So it was the successor to the Gambit Lab, and the Gambit Lab was between the Singapore government and MIT. It was to have a summer internship for our students to head over to MIT,
Right.
and basically it's more on the gamification side. So like create a game based on their research projects. So it can range from all kinds of research lah, basically. Then afterwards, when the project ended, it basically had a second phase lah. So the second phase was the game lab, like just within Singapore itself. No longer have ties to MIT, but because there was a success, we did see a success in like the graduates that came from the program. So Singapore wanted to continue that, and we had the game lab that was situated in SUT there. So basically, SUT was just a host for our game lab. And in the game lab, we continue on the program. Just that instead of like a summer internship where they travel, we make it into an incubation program lah. So we'll accept interns from like all the tertiary institutes. Everybody had to submit their tests, and what we did is that those who are shortlisted, we will assign them groups, and each cohort will be like about 30 plus students, and each team will have like one producer, one game designer, two programmers, one or two artists depending on the project, and one QA tester. So it was done that way. And part of it was also like to give the students a bit of like a real world situation for them to tackle and to create a solution based on that. So we are implementing games in that sense lah. So some of the notable projects that I think I can bring up is that like for example, one year our product advisor was RWS. So they came on board as a product advisor. They were attached to this group, and this group created like a game. So their problem statement was, the queues are really long for like Halloween Horror Nights, and everybody got nothing to do in the queue. So we wanted to make a game that they can play in the queue that is related to Halloween Horror Nights. I think is it 5? Yeah, Halloween Horror Nights 5. Yeah. So the interns they created a game where it's like a symbol drawing thing, and it's used to like fan off all the ghouls based on whatever theme they had that year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, so we had that, and then there was another project that we had with SMU. So SMU came in as like a product advisor also, and with this team, what they wanted to do is that for their one of their economics module, they wanted something where it's like a resource management kind of game for the students to understand. It's actually resource management. So they created like a town building game, something similar to how Dominion, but with like more steps. And
Right, right,
like a cross between Dominion and some other like resource management game lah.
right.
I'm only saying Dominion because that's the only thing that's coming to my mind right now. Yeah, but essentially that was the idea, and the game was created and it looks beautiful. And eventually SMU shit, I forgot the legal term for this, but they didn't license it from it. They completely bought over the whole game,
Right.
the whole thing to be used in their module. So it's actually something that is being taught in their module. Like the students, SMU students will actually play the game to understand a bit more about resource management, you see. And the
Interesting.
game was fucking fun because I was hooked on that shit. So so that's what we did during the incubation period. And other than that, on a day-to-day basis, like obviously because we are government funded, so a lot of my work sectors around like preparing all the paperwork, making sure that my freaking students have money, like paying them their pay, working with all the finance, working the legal team, all that stuff. But on top of that, the lab itself was also working on a game called One Point Light. So One Point Light was a top-down puzzle. And it essentially is like it does play into the whole like game developers hate light kind of situation. So you have to block all the lights and make your way through. So essentially that's the main goal of the puzzle, and the puzzle does get unlocked as it goes on further and further. Yeah, so that was the game. It was released when PlayStation 4 came out.
Oh.
Was it PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5? Shit. When was PlayStation 4? PlayStation 4 release? 2013. Yeah, so PlayStation 4 came out on 2013. Our game came out in 2014. So at that period of time, PlayStation had a whole, we love indies, like they had a whole huge indie kind of initiative. So we were part of that initiative. And yeah, it was quite an interesting period lah. Like I wasn't part of the development, and I came in when development was almost done. I only did some of the QA testing, like just testing it out as part of the stuff under the game lab. And yeah, that was pretty much it. So the photo, this is me. I know I have a freaking resting bitch face, but I'm right next to the producer for Bloodborne. He was sitting there playing our game, and like through our very limited language barrier thing, he was like, "This is harder than my game." He said something like that to me. I was like, "What, bro? Your game is Bloodborne, and you're playing like a puzzle game." I remember he said that, and he was so determined to like finish this freaking stage that he was stuck on.
It sounds like the creator of Bloodborne.
Wait, I cannot remember his name because this was like at Game Start 2014.
Oh.
So like suddenly I cannot remember his name, but Bloodborne had a huge presence there as well. And we were under like the indie segment. So I was the station bitch at that time lah. So just nice he came over, he played the game, and it was quite funny lah. Like he felt very paiseh, like he kept dying. Then he I don't know why he said sorry to me lah, but I was like, no, it's okay, just play whatever you want lah. And then as he keep trying, then he's like really determined to finish it. And that's why at the end of it, when he finally finished it, he's like, this is harder than my game. I was like, what? It's damn funny. He didn't really take that long to finish the stage, to be honest. So when he said that, I was like, bro, I'm pretty sure your game is harder than ours.
So on that note, right, like this is actually one thing that I think a lot of game developers, or actually game designers in particular, might eventually learn along their career, is that your familiarity with your game and your familiarity with your genre in particular, these two separate things, are very unique to the individual. Meaning that like the guy who made Bloodborne, like because he might not be very familiar with your genre, his brain is struggling to sort of get into that zone to properly appreciate and understand where your game is coming from. You know what I mean? So because that can be the case, what happens is that like, oh yeah, he's struggling because this is not his game, right? Like it's not something that he's used to. Yeah. And similarly, it's the same for you, who's playing like his game and stuff like that. So there might be like instincts and things that would come more natural to you for your game that wouldn't be true for anyone else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
So this is actually a thing that, like, these blind spots is something that a lot of games designers sort of have to pick up on along their way. And part of this skill set and how you can actually improve on this skill set, and I know this is me talking more than anything else, besides the point already, is to learn how to properly talk about how game mechanics or game design in particular, like game experiences, invoke the experiences that that happen for the player. Like, say, oh, if I do it this way, when combined with this sound and this effect and all that kind of stuff, this does this does this, resultant equals to XYZ, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So and a lot of people can talk about it in terms of like art side of things, which is the color and sound and whatever else there is. But very few people can talk about it in terms of mechanics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why, like, these kind of things, like, the more you're aware of it, the better you're able to sort of like bridge this gap.
Yeah. Also, just to confirm, he is the producer, is Masaki Yamagiwa-san.
Well, this is a very interesting picture then.
Yeah. So he is the producer of the series. I just double checked.
Fantastic.
Yes, I remember his name started with M, but I just couldn't remember what it was.
You're horrible, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's just an interesting experience. That's all. Yeah. So yeah, this was the game that created during that period of time. Yeah. With that, also I learned a bit more about distributing on console platforms. So we had PlayStation, and afterwards we did go into a few more other consoles, like not your usual ones. Like, for example, there was this particular one that was meant for like the Chinese market. I can't remember what is it called right now, but yeah, then that's where also we go through, like, oh my god, the amount of tests that you have to clear before you can release your game. I mean, I learned all these things on the ball lah. Like, in school, they are just going to teach you, like, oh, these are test cases, you test it. It's actually you're doing like QC. You're not doing much QA. But this one is, oh shit, you really have to follow you. It's like when you release an app on Google Play or on the Apple App Store, the amount of like things that you have to fulfill the requirements of, like, essentially is the same thing. So you have to make sure like your game doesn't exceed a certain limit, your game doesn't have this thing, that thing, your game has this in place. Are there like monetization, what does it work, all that. So all these are the kind of things that I learned on the job. And that's how I'm aware that all these things are things that you need to consider when you're making a game. Yeah, so I really did get a lot of my mostly dev experience really working in the industry itself. And eventually, I think we did release it on Steam, if I'm not wrong.
So is it still available? Is One Upon Light still available on Steam now?
God knows, man. I do not know if I should continue talking about it, because at the same, it's on Steam. Yeah, it's on Steam. It's on Steam.
Well, okay, so let's not, for anyone who's actually listening to it, please don't leave just to play the game right now. Well, you can check it out later. It's on Steam now. If it's still on Steam now, like after 8 years or 10 years kind of thing, you'll probably still
I don't know if it's still on sale or whatever, because like part of us being hosted under the school, right, is that all the IPs kind of belong to them.
Right.
So whether or not there was any continuation of anything, like, for example, you're going to be released for a certain period, afterwards the contract is over, and what happens next, we also don't know. Yeah, so like, for example, all the student prototypes, because we are not an entity on our own, we are hosted under the school, so all the IPs created by the students all belong to the school. But what we did do is that if the students decide that they want to work on it themselves and want to create a startup, just to continue further development, they'll get basically like they can license it from us, but at no fee up to a certain period of time. Yeah, so they do still need to deliver within that period of time lah. So there was that going on to help to kind of like encourage students to like consider further development of the prototypes.
Okay, we're running a little bit late already tonight.
Yes.
I do want to. I do have a lot of questions regarding that practice in particular, because coming from a person who's outside, right, and a person who's spoken to some people about like licensing and all that kind of stuff a little bit, I do feel like it's a little backwards.
Oh, okay. I would rather not talk about this because like I am not very privy to the entire process of
Of
it.
course, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I only know like the very operational kind of stuff. I don't really
Understood.
know anything about like the legalities of it.
Understood. I guess we'll just avoid this topic entirely. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
do.
that's just pretty much. I'm just saying like what was done.
Yeah, of
Like
course.
the incubation program wasn't meant to stop there.
Yeah.
Like those who graduated from our incubation program, they end up getting like basically scouted by
Yeah.
the game companies because
Yeah.
it's like, oh, they've been through this program, so they have like some experience in like
Right.
actual production, you see.
Right.
So they do get scouted, or they can also consider the option of starting up themselves. So some
Right.
of them sometimes not in within their original group that they're working on,
Right.
but it's like cross, you see.
Right.
Yeah.
So just as a topper for this topic before we move on to the next one, right? Like the reason why I think it's a little backwards is because as a general practice for most people when it comes to handling IPs, especially when it comes to the comics sector, the Japanese comic sector in particular, I don't know whether you've read recently. Like there's some discussion right now over how Akira Toriyama's estate is being handled. In case anyone who doesn't know, Akira Toriyama is the guy who created Dragon Ball. In case anyone doesn't know.
I'm one of those who doesn't know about this.
Okay, sure.
Yes, I
So-
don't really keep up with those
That's
stuff.
fine. But after he passed away, God rest his soul, what happened was that his family basically gained control of the estate, which includes the Dragon Ball IP itself. And one of the reasons why this is the case, right, is that despite the fact that Dragon Ball was sort of published by Shueisha, which is Jump, as a general practice, the creator always holds on to his IP until death, as a general rule. Apparently, in this case, the natural IP rights were inherited by his family members. This is a practice that is new to me, but I suppose it makes somewhat of sense. But as a general rule, as I said, like even if a publisher gets the rights to your comic, it's usually that the publisher is licensing the comic from you.
Yep.
Meaning that the rights still own the rights of the IP is still on the creator. Meaning that if you made it, it's still owned by you. And then what happens is that the publisher says, "Oh, I have the rights to do X, Y, Z," and then usually what happens is the publisher will also have an agreement to say like we're going to manage you as a talent as well. So like, oh, we're going to supply you these kind of support and resources so that you can continue making this comic. We'll continue paying you and blah 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 and all these kind of things. In exchange, these are what we want to do with you, and this is how the profit sharing is going to be like, blah 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 and all that kind of stuff. So that's usually how it goes. So where I'm getting at is like the rights are never completely owned by someone who's not the creator. You know what I mean? So,
Okay, so well, I don't really know much about what actually happened with this with the Dragon Ball Z creator, but I'm of the same consensus with you because I feel that the creator should hold on to the IP. So why I bring this up?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, sorry.
So why do I bring this up? Because back then when I was studying in the course in Poly, right? We definitely created games as part of our modules.
Right.
However, all those are owned by the school.
Yeah, and that doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, so that's the thing that like constantly I don't agree with. I think until today, some of the schools still hold the IP rights to whatever that was created.
That absolutely makes no sense to me.
And I feel like it's quite stupid because for me, it's like you didn't create this shit. Like the students paid the school money to learn and they created the thing. Why the fuck are you all holding on to the IP and what? You hold the IP until it's gonna like live in the shadow. It's not gonna see the light of day unless you are bringing it out for some like freaking exhibition that you guys are holding, like your open house and stuff. And on the other hand, right, that's also the reason why I wanted Industry Day because Industry Day was meant to be a platform for students to showcase the games that they created, whether it's a school project or it's a passion project.
Right. We'll get into Industry Day in a bit.
Oh
but on that,
but it does tie back. It does tie back to the whole part that I do not agree.
It absolutely
also,
will. On that note, right, I just want to give extra food for reference here for anyone who's listening. Especially if you're a student, or if you're in a position where you think you can do something about this. Keep in mind, like I graduated as an animator, and inside the sort of the agreement of a student to the school that I was in, right? They made it very clear that your final year project, which is going to be an animation for obvious reasons, right? Like you sign off the rights to the school for them to use as promotional material. So that is a clause that's very specific, saying that the school can use your creation, the work that you do as your final year animation, for promotional reasons, and they can cut it, they can snip it, they can do whatever they want with it, for that specific reason. So obviously, as promotional reasons, then obviously they will monetize and blah 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 and all that kind of stuff. But that is the right specifically they say that they will take from you. And that, I think, between you and me, and from what we've discussed so far, that makes perfect sense, right? Like, you don't have the IP still is owned by the creators, which is the student team who made it. But at the same time, the school says we have the rights to use your FYP, the thing that you submit for your final year project, as part of a promo for the school, which I think that's pretty reasonable.
No,
So
I think it's reasonable
Correct.
for the school to so okay, how I feel it should work, right, is that the IP belongs to the students, but because it's as part of you develop it within the school, the school will have some rights to gain a copy of it,
Correct.
to showcase it at
So limited
whatever
rights.
school events that they have, but the school shouldn't be submitting all these gains on behalf of the students. The students should have the decision to do whatever they want with the games.
Correct.
Like whether it being like they further develop it themselves, or like they just want to freaking hold on to it, they want to use it for the portfolio, they should have all those rights.
So absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is exactly like, this is the reason why I was putting that out as a reference point, is because that is how sensible, at least for me, sensible IP like management should be like, when it comes to FYPs of creative works, especially.
I think it's not just FYP. I think creative works of students who are studying.
Absolutely.
In general.
That's right.
I cannot stand it.
All right. Anyways, okay, so let's move on. That was supposed to be the topper on that subject. Let's move on. So your first job was very specifically this incubation center that does help students with their work. And
collaborating with industry to give them like that bit of like industry experience,
Right.
like managing the product advisors as clients,
Right.
Managing a team where you have to really effectively communicate with each other on like what you're supposed to do. So we do set up like scrums, and we do set up like certain processes for them to learn,
Right.
like what are certain industry practices. And we also have mentors. So Sean told one of our friend from Better Brew, he's also one of the mentors back then. So that's how I met Sean. And that's how all the chaos happened. But like, so like we have mentors attached to each of the teams, who regularly check in on them, their progress, and advise when they hit like a roadblock whatsoever. So that's how the program works. It's really like mentorship, training, and actual development.
Right.
Yeah. And it's like 4 months, I think. Yeah, 4 months.
Awesome. So okay, how did that did that eventually lead to you doing like stuff with the SGGA? Because I know for obvious reasons, like you somewhere along the lines you and a bunch of friends founded the
Yes.
The sort of what is essentially is the precursor to the SGGA, which is the SGG, right? Which is Singapore Games Guild.
Yes.
Did that job lead you there, or was there something more in between?
So that's actually where I think I first met Gwen, and eventually I did meet Dawn. But I was a lot more closer to Gwen, because Gwen was actually one of our industry partners that we brought in to talk and share more about like game audio and sound effects and all that. Those are things that a lot of people do not consider. Like most people are like, oh yeah, we just edit at the end, we just put in like royalty free shit, that kind of thing. So yeah, no, that's a nice photo of us when we were both like young still got energy.
Let me just put this photo up. Oh wait, sorry, wrong photo. Once again, give me a second here. Is this? All right, there we go.
Yeah. So this was in one of the sessions that they were giving like a workshop about game audio and sound effects at one of our batches of Game Lab interns. So yeah, that's where I first met Gwen, and more chaos happened. But because of through that, right, then we talk a lot about like the industry. We talk about what we feel that is lacking, and that's how the conversation usually goes, right? A bunch of people like, hey, we have an idea, then that's how you start making a game together, right? So that's essentially how it also worked out. And back then we still had IGDA that was very active. So she was part of IGDA Exco. And that's how I got involved in like the wider industry lens itself. And it got me interested in like, industry networking, gathering. And that's how you really meet people. Sometimes for people, that's how you make your business deals as well. And I guess because I was more on the management side, the admin side, I was like, okay, I'm interested. So time to time when IGDA had stuff, events and all that, I will always go down. Sometimes I'll help going out for certain things. And that's really how I got involved in that space lah. Then Chogwan was also part of IGDA Exco, so because of that, like I'm a bit more aware of like what they do and all that. I think we had like Bruce Nesmith, or am I pronouncing right? The Skyrim designer or something came down to Singapore. So as part of IGDA, we organized a session for people to attend his talk.
Do you have a picture of it?
No, because I do not know where that photo has went to.
Oh no!
So, but I remember I did have a photo of it, and Michael was in the photo because Michael came to attend for the talk, and he was right there. I just don't know where is it. So, but yeah, we did hold like a talk for everybody who wanted to learn more about Bruce and Skyrim, obviously. Oh my god, there's so many funny photos in here.
Yeah, let's just leave that alone first for now.
Yeah. So no photos for now. Yeah. So like basically that also kind of brought together like my events. Like I like to do events kind of stuff. Because in poly I did like run some events and I was like the open house bitch. So because of my obvious hatred earlier that I said that the open house people do not give good information or proper information about the causes. Since my first year to like I think when I graduated, I was the open house like information assistant. So everybody will come to my booth, ask me about the courses and stuff. I make sure to tell them exactly as it is on what they are learning. And yeah, so I was very, very clear about like the moment they ask about games, I'm like, do not think that you're here to play games. That's only like one module and it's not even to play games. You are going to be testing one freaking bug over and over and over and over again. And then sometimes when you fix the bug already, right, you're still going to test it over and over again to see how many times it repeats. Like, it's not going to be fun and games. You are here to learn how to develop games. So like, yeah, I was doing that. But okay, wait. So let me go back a bit more. That's where I kind of learned, like, I actually like doing events or like organizing events, like even if it's like back end stuff. And yeah, like I think because of my interest and also the some of the work that I like to do. In between, obviously, like I left Game Lab after like 2 years. Then I went to do some other work in between. Like at one point, I was a part of the organizing committee for Game Start 2016. Yeah. Then afterwards, I went to jump, do a few other jobs that I think gave me a bit more perspective. So, other than like the incubation portion, I was also working in the distribution side, like hardware distribution for like game peripherals and accessories. So don't have any pictures of that because I remember that period I didn't take much picture. Then I also went to work in I went to work for my friend's company, nothing to do with games, but it taught me how to deal with people because I was helping him handle like customer sales, customer service and all, handling inquiries and stuff. So it kind of teaches you patience and teaches you how to deal with all kinds of people. But eventually I got into a mobile game publishing company. And that's also around the period of time where me and Gwen, and obviously with Dawn as well, I think you can show the photo with the three of us now. That's where we actually already kickstarted SGG, which is Singapore Games Guild. So we were, during this period of time, from 2017 to 2018, we're still laying the groundworks for a lot of things.
Wrong picture. Give me a second.
Yeah, don't worry. We have I think we have two pictures. Yeah, so we were laying a lot of groundwork and paperwork because like we need to set up SGG, we need to get ourselves registered, we need to also hand over bank accounts and all that stuff. So we were doing a lot of groundworks, but we were also like already organizing events. So I think what we did was in 2017, we did do like a Singapore pavilion at SDGCC. So SGCC, but it used to be called SDGCC lah. We did do a Singapore pavilion. That's one of the first few things that we did. Then with that, I think we officially like announced ourselves in 2018. Then my memory is always bad. I always thought that the drink card started in 2018, but it actually started in 2019, at the start of 2019. So I think before that, what we did is that we had a few like fireside chats, round tables, smaller gatherings, but I kind of like, basically I think I confused that with drink card. So the official drink card that happened at Orca or Tech Room happened in 2019, I think in February, if I'm not wrong. February or March. So that's the very first drink card that we had. And I still remember telling Gwen, like, hey, how many do you think will come? Then after that, we will tell you all out, hey, I think we only like 15 people will come. Kanina, the time 50 people come, then it was like, we packed the entire place. It was it was so crowded, but it was also very fun. And like, we even brought like party hats and like name tags for everybody to like write their name on. And if they want to put, they can put their companies. And I think you were one of our volunteers from the start already.
So all cards on the table. So I was there, but I didn't know that was the first.
Oh, that was the first. But before that, we were doing like more events and like smaller stuff.
Yeah.
Arranging like the basically, I think SDGCC we did it 2 years in a row. The Singapore Pavilion. So we did a lot of coordination with everything. But in terms of like the actual community engagement stuff, round tables, fireside chats, and then only drink up happened in 2019 in February or March. I can't remember which month.
So a little bit on my side, like I at a time I was like looking for work, and I knew networking was important. So when the drink up started happening, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna like just go hang out and shit.
Yeah.
Even if it didn't necessarily land me a direct job, it was good to know like how the industry was like. Like I liked the idea of like getting to know more people within the industry itself. I still attend from time to time now, but like I didn't know at the time when I was volunteering, right? That was the first. I remember
that was
like because I remember that you guys were talking about what you guys wanted to do, and I was like, oh okay, sure, I'll go and look for stuff because I like you for some reason you wanted to do the party hats thing. I was like, okay, sure, if you want to do it, I'll indulge, I'll support. Let's just go give it a shot.
It's great. The party hats was great. It helped people identify the volunteers, you see, and the like, organizers. So
I suppose
they know who to approach. You see.
I suppose the thing was like the one thing that I knew was a thing that we needed to get was like the markers and the stickers that we eventually use for like name tags and stuff.
And what's the funniest part? I still have the markers from those days.
Oh,
and the party hats. I still have the party hats. I had one. Remember my party hat? What I drew on my party hat?
I don't. But Cheryl, you have a hoarding problem. At this point, I think I can officially say that you have a hoarding problem, Cheryl.
No, actually, this is not hoarding problem. It was all in Gwen's house, and when she migrated, she passed everything to me. I was like, "What? So you still have it?"
So Cheryl, so Gwen has a hoarding problem.
No, because these are like core memories for us. You see, we do hold dear to like the drink ups, and like every drink up we're wearing those horrible hats.
Fantastic.
I love it so much. It's so stupid, but like it's great because like part of our drink ups was that if anybody had any questions or they wanted to be introduced to anybody or they're just feeling uncomfortable, like they could always approach any one of us. So like I remember, not just me, Gwen, and Don, but like also the volunteers were all wearing the hats, so it was easily recognizable. You see. Yeah, and I just thought it was cute. Like party hats are like great, man. It's shiny and like people can see you. Like it's great.
No, I'm not saying it didn't make you as noticeable. I'm saying that it was a really funky choice.
Yes, and I mean you're dealing with 2 funky person, which is like Gwen and me. So, the 2 of us together, one just says the idea, the other one will support it. So. Yeah, you're at that point where it's like, okay, fine, we'll do it. So, but I do think that those were also the things that help make people like relax a bit, right? Because it's supposed to be taken casually. It's not supposed to be too serious. Don't worry about like, oh, I cannot fuck up here or I cannot like show my weird side or whatsoever. Like it's meant to be a place where you can talk to anybody about anything. And like you can talk about the games that you're working on, you can talk about interests, you can talk about sports, you can talk about like, oh, I just watched this movie yesterday, that kind of thing. It's really meant for a casual session. And like if anything comes out of it, then it's organic, right? It just happens lah. So yeah, those were like the earlier days, and then drink up became like a very prominent thing for us. So in between that, we were also like the other main event that we did was Industry Day. So obviously earlier I covered a lot of my feelings on like the students IPDs or like the like not getting enough training or not getting enough exposure whatsoever, right? So that's also the reason why I wanted to do Industry Day. Like I feel like there was a lack of this for the students, especially like when I was a student, I would have appreciated having this thing. So that's where my thought process came. And with that, I was like telling Gwen and Don like, hey, can we do this shit? And I would love to do it. Let's do it the most wretched way. We talk to people, go and get space, and then like just throw everybody in. Then we'll just pay some money for like catering. And yeah, so the first location we had it at was at NUS Hangar. So it was a space like NUS. Basically, we got the contact through Alex Mitchell. So Alex Mitchell is one of the lecturers at NUS, and he teaches like game design, game narrative, those modules lah. Then he was also one of like our biggest supporter. He was also an exco back for IGDA, so he was always very supportive, and he was always like willing to help us out. And I think he spoke to NUS side to get us that venue. So that's how we got the venue. We held it. Oh my god, it was so funny because we held it on a Saturday. We started the event at 10 a.m. and it was raining that morning, and we were like terrified that nobody was going to show up. But we were surprised because everybody showed up on time. Even our speakers and all that. So it was like, oh my god, thank God. On the other hand,
that by itself is like showing up on time. Everybody showing up on time, it by itself is a miracle in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, because like there's still people streaming in lah, but we started registration at 10 a.m. So by 10:30 or by 11, right, most of the people were already in. So we were like very like, oh my god, thank God. Thank God everybody was there. And yeah, so we held it. So we had the student showcase area where students could before the event submit their games that they want to showcase. Then we will shortlist them based on like the game and like how much available space that we had lah. So I think we shortlisted like 8 games because that was the amount of space that we had for the showcase area. And then the other thing that I integrated in that I thought was very useful was like industry talks, because it also brings the speakers down. It lets them like share their experiences, give advice, and also after the session, anybody who was in attendance who has any questions, they can straight away ask the speaker. Since I already got them here, I already 把他们抓过来了, just go and attack them, go and get what you need from them, you know.
So this is, so as a small note here, and this is because it's a relevant tangent, right?
Yeah.
Like I remember talking to you a couple of years back about like, like is it sensible for Industry Day and specifically for SGGA, right, to do Industry Day in such a way where you get more speakers remotely? Because I think we're shortly after the COVID times, and I was talking to you about it, because the idea was like, oh, you could get like more experienced speakers or more unique speakers just by doing them remotely, and you wouldn't be such a cost to the organization, right?
And then, okay, so I remember having this conversation with you. But one of the reasons why I wanted it to be in person as well, with the speakers as well as much as possible, is that there's something that online can't replace about the in-person, like connection that you get there, the conversations that you get there. And on the other hand, right, like it's gonna sound really bad right now, but you have to want to continue working in the industry or have an interest in the industry to come and attend.
Right.
So in this way, right, like, you know, like I told you, like some of the people in my course back then, they were just there because of, they got the course, and then they weren't interested in anything. Like, then they can go on with their life, right? But for those who are actually interested in a career in the industry, they will take the effort to come down for the event and actually find out more about it themselves.
Right, absolutely. But why I brought this topic up more than anything else is because of something that you were just talking about just now. Because you mentioned about how being physically there with the speakers and being able to interact with them, being able to talk to them and ask them questions off the cuff, you know, like beyond the presentation, beyond the scheduled Q&A and all that kind of stuff. This is something that I think a lot of people may not necessarily appreciate, especially if you come from an industry, right, which is not as formalized, like, because the games industry is actually largely not as formalized, right? So what happens is that there's a lot of learning that is sort of impromptu, and so you learn only because the subject it's specifically brought up given the context of the interactions of the situation that you were in. So this includes things like impromptu conversations and stuff like that, you know, and all of this is not going to happen unless you're there physically there with the speaker and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
and I mean, me wanting it to be in person, the other perspective I had was that, I mean, most of the students are fucking socially awkward lah. Like, please come out, talk to people, go and build a bit on your communication skills, get used to it. If you really want to be part of the industry, this is kind of like the things that you may have to go through depending on what role you have lah. Like, if you're going to be taking a producer role or higher management role, you have to go and go and network shit. Like, in general, even if you don't have to do that for your work, right, it's always good to go and learn some of these communication skills. It's just an overall, like, your own life improvement kind of thing.
Exactly. I want to stick to Industry Day as a topic a little bit more right now, because we're here, like, let's, you know, focus on it a little bit. The last Industry Day was sort of like was done in conjunction with Table Conquest, TCQ.
Yes.
I think it was it July or was it August? Sorry, no, it was
June.
right? Sorry, my
End
bad.
June.
Time just flew by. So it was done in June.
Mm.
It was like what, number 7 was it at that
Yes,
point?
it was the 7th one. So the first one, NUS Hanger, started in 2018.
Right.
Yeah, 2018. Then afterwards, we did it in Pixel in 2019. Then obviously 2020 COVID hit.
Right.
So even if I don't like the online aspect, we unfortunately everything is online that year.
Yeah.
From 2020 onwards. So
Right.
2020 and 2021 was done online. So the first year, I have some learnings about this. First year I did it on Zoom. Okay, everybody was great and nice. Then until because I split it into 2 days schedule work. First day was completely on game development. Second day was on esports because we formalized into SGGA from 2019 2020. So by then we were doing
into that one a
industry.
little bit later.
Yeah, we'll get into that one another later. But basically, SGGA, we were covering like not just game development but also esports because it was a huge sector that was growing during
The games
COVID.
industry as a whole, kind of thing, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it was growing. It was getting a lot more traction back then. But yes, so we did have some coverage on that. Then on day 2, I don't know, is it trolls or whatever, because we shared the Zoom link, right? And everybody has been very, very behaved on the first day. We started getting Zoom bomb.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was so fucking bad. Like as the admin and the moderator, I was like busy fucking getting rid of all the bombs.
Yeah, there was a trend at one time actually.
Yeah, and it was so bad because like I held the esports talk in the morning. Then in the afternoon was the student showcase. And the thing happened in the day already. Then I thought I restricted it. Then it happened during one of the student showcase and I felt so bad. I was like telling the guy, okay, you stop talking first so that later when I cut, right, I can cut off the entire thing. Then I had to remove them. Like all the other exco, they were on the stream. They were also helping me remove. It's way too many already. So we were all like fighting to remove that. And afterwards, we locked everything down. Only admin and the presenter can actually do anything at that point. So afterwards, we had a peaceful remaining part of the stream. So note to self is Zoom is horrible because if you open it up for public to join, there's gonna be trolls that will Zoom bomb you.
In defense,
oh my God.
In defense of Zoom, it's not Zoom that's the problem. It's
No,
the
it's not Zoom.
holes.
Yeah, it's the people problem. So honestly speaking, I'm of the mindset where it's not the technology problem; it's always humans problem. Yeah. So that was Zoom. Then second year, I decided to be smarter about it. I used a streaming platform.
Yeah.
So I use StreamYard to stream to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So you can from that platform, you can stream to all 3 at the same time.
Right.
And from there, I was monitoring the chat for any questions whatsoever. I could easily manage the speakers in StreamYard itself when they join. So that was actually a better option. And I think that worked out better. So both times, right, because since we are online, right, I managed to get in overseas speaker. So earlier you mentioned about overseas speaker, right? So with online being there, I had the opportunity to have online speakers. And yeah, we did get quite a lot of amazing speakers from overseas. A lot of them may be based overseas, but some of them are Singaporeans who are working overseas as well. So to bring in their own perspective into things lah. So one of them is Sonic, which is Song Hui lah. He's working in Japan now. when we were talking, he was talking about I'm living in a very small room. I think he shared that with the students also. But yeah, it was a good perspective on for the students to learn more about working overseas, because I mean with generally a very huge presence of Japanese games in Singapore consumer mind space, I guess, because a lot of us we played Final Fantasy growing up, played Street Fighter growing up, right? So a lot of them are Japanese games. So I also realized that there's a lot of students who's I want to work in a Japanese company. So with that, right, having someone who's actually working in a Japanese company share with them about cultural work versus actual work, you see, there's gonna be a cultural difference, because when you are completely in Singapore, right, then you go overseas to work, right, there's always cultural difference no matter what. Then it's not just applicable to only Japan. We had speakers that are based all over the world. We also have Shenming, who was at Sweden for a period of time. So it's all these different perspectives to give them. These are all the general things that you should consider if you are planning to work overseas in another country other than Singapore. And I thought that was good perspective to give. It's a bit of you need to be a bit more realistic and not idolize working overseas, because a lot of them, they do idolize working overseas.
I mean, I think one of the weirder I think one of the weirder things that I do respect about the work that you've done, because I am somewhat familiar with this segment of the SGGA story, right? Is the fact that there is a lot of consideration put into trying to help give heads up to what is potentially in front, that kind of thing. Like, hey, cool, you're in the games industry now, you're taking courses, you're interested, you're learning and all that kind of stuff. While you're learning, please make time to prepare yourself for all these kind of things, Like, oh, if you want to go to Japan, this is going to be a thing. If you're going to try to work for a Japanese company, this is going to be a thing.
If you're going to work for like a Western country, like in general, all my friends who they are all Westerners who come to Singapore to work, right? They're like, oh my god, the speed difference. so there's really a very huge gap already. So like you have to adjust your expectation to whichever country that you go and work with. Like, or even if it's not country, like to whichever different companies, because each company have their own culture, each company have their own work processes. You have to adjust your expectations accordingly.
Exactly.
So I think that was important. Also, I wanted like topics that are not usually covered in school. So like schools don't usually, at that point of time, like, schools, not a lot of them cover like monetization, not a lot of them cover like things that you need to consider like marketing and all those. So I wanted to bring all these people who's going to be telling the kids like, you need to think about this when you're making your game, something like that. So things that the students may not think of because they don't know what they don't know. They only learn everything that the school has told them. But in the modules, right, either they are not covered or they are very briefly covered, you see. So students may not have a deeper insight into like, oh, these are things I actually need to consider. Especially if some of them are considering like setting up their own companies.
Okay, on that note, right, like I know for the fact that you constantly, like while you were working with the SGGA, while you're working as an exco for SGGA and all that,
I need to clarify this part because I see the stream, right, it says exco, right? So I was exco of Singapore Games Guild. I was the treasurer, Don was secretary, and Gwen was chairperson.
Right.
But when we formalized the Games Association, I stepped down from my role because I couldn't have a conflict of interest. I was going to be a full-time project manager, so I was the actual employee that was doing the work.
Okay. I will correct.
So I just want to clarify this.
I'll correct down the descriptions below, but I did mention it was former. But you never held an exco position
not in SGGA, not in SGGA.
Okay. I'll put that as. Let me see.
Don't worry about it. We'll sort it out later. But you want to move on to whatever question you're asking? I'm so sorry.
No. It's correct. It's fine because the current one, as it stands, what it says here is founding member of the Singapore Games Guild. The organization eventually become the Singapore Games Association.
I was saying your overlay.
Oh, the overlay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, correct. So I know what you're talking about. It's the scrolling text. I'll
it's
make
the scrolling text.
Okay, I'll make the adjustment to the scrolling text then. Please note, for anyone else who's watching this, the scrolling text is wrong. If you're not just treating this as an audio podcast, the scrolling text is wrong. Please take that note. Okay, anyway, so Cheryl, I wanted to ask, because through your times of doing, you're constantly in conversation with members of the education side of things. Was there any adjustment done for you when you were doing your planning for Industry Day to say, oh, this is underrepresented in education right now, I'm gonna look for speakers for this topic, I'm gonna do this topic because I think students don't have like the right exposure to it, or is it the other way around where you're talking to members of the industry and go like members of the industry going like, oh, I wish students know more about this topic or know more about this thing before they came into the workforce? Was there any these kind of conversations and considerations for you, or was it just pure observations from your side on the industry by and large kind of thing?
Actually, it's a combination of it, but there is a lot of overlap. Yeah, so like students not knowing certain things are all things that the companies complain the students don't know. And there's also the observation from my end that I realized that when I talk to some of them, they don't have certain consideration for a certain topic and they do overlap a lot. So eventually I'll basically include those, but I also have like a team of like kind of topics that I want to cover each year. Sometimes it's like more on the employment portion, like things maybe you should prepare for a resume, portfolio, that I'll make sure I include those. Or like that particular, I think like I want to highlight more of the indie games and like some of the things that they go through, like some of the obviously some of our startups, our SMEs, what do they go through when they are starting up? Because like that particular, maybe there's more students asking me about starting up a company. So I do take into consideration what I hear from the students, from the companies, and even things that I'm observing more. I just have to make a balance of it, right? Because I can't make like a fucking 1 week industry day. It'll take up way too much time. The students have classes, or if it's their vacation, they don't really want to spend so much time, right? But overall, I do take all these different factors in.
Of course. Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is for obvious reasons. Like because the industry days, the SGGA industry day has gone on for about 7 years or so. Like I was curious to know if like there's any evolution in the way you look at organizing it, and or otherwise, like very specifically, like how you've managed it or how it could be planned and all that kind of stuff, like the role it plays, because I don't think the role it plays has shifted much, but but the industry obviously has evolved since then, right? Like it has changed and it has shifted and it has, like, you know, gone all over the place. So like I'm curious to know like whether you've sort of evolved your methods to sort of match how the industry has gone as well.
Honestly speaking, end of the day, right, like no matter how much we've evolved in terms of like the trends, what's working, what's not, right, there's still fixed topic that I feel that I would cover no matter what, because these are still things that students either do not know anything about, like it's not taught in school, or they just do not have it in their head, or are still things that companies are still complaining about, or like still observation based on what I have. So the standard thing is that a lot of them will not know how to prepare a resume and portfolio, as much as the school tells me that they have prepared the students for it. Sometimes the resume and portfolios I see is really like, oh, it's really that bad. I mean, like it's still a constant thing lah, because like a lot of students, they will like contact me and be like, hey, I'm looking for internship. I'll be like, okay, send me a resume and portfolio. And then sometimes I see, I'm like, can you please amend this, put this information, this is more relevant. So like I'll be like, make these amendments before I send it to people. So yeah, like I guess over time is also like with each edition of Industry Day, right, I learn a bit more about what I should look out for as well. And it's essentially become my muscle memory, right? Like what I should be doing, what I should probably cover, and what are the type of speakers that I bring in. Because all the speakers that I bring in, right, like at the end of the day, right, I still want to make sure that they are speakers who can give valuable advice, they have valuable perspective, and be able to actually like speak the topic that they're supposed to speak. Like some of them, you know, they may be really good at their game, but they may not be the best speaker. Then how do I adjust it? Or like maybe I can consider another speaker. Some of them may not be comfortable with speaking at all, but may have like a really, really like important experience that I think most people will want to know more about. Then how do I work with the speaker to make them a bit more comfortable? So then like
how we were talking about it earlier, right? Like with your lecturers and stuff like that, just because you know how to execute it doesn't mean that you know how to teach it either, right?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Honestly speaking, like in theory, people can say I'm super great, but in practice, what about it? It's really like that, and there's no right or wrong to this. That's the thing. It's about how you manage it, how you balance it out. Yeah. So over time, like I guess I just learned how to see what kind of speakers I want, for example. So yeah, and what kind of topic I want to cover.
All right. We're into our 3-hour mark at this point. I do want to move on a little bit. Let's go back to SGG at this point. So from the point of founding for SGG, it later became SGGA, which is basically Singapore Games Guild, and became the Singapore Games Association, right? Could you tell me a little bit about the story and this transition, and at least the thinking that went into it?
Again, I want to express that this is entirely from my point of view, my own experience and my observation, and with that I'm going to go into it. So we were doing all this groundwork. It's really just more community work and we are doing like the pavilion because like I mean the government usually like a middleman to help out with stuff and managing and facilitating. So we were happy to do that, but each of us, we do have like our own full-time work that we are working on at that point. Then in 2019, towards the end of things, I think there was a trip to Gamescom Cologne. And that's where like Alicia, who's also one of the founding members for SGGA, she attended Gamescom Cologne and she was like, hey, the government agencies over there are like saying they're looking for a trade association. Like then they're asking for like the various organizations to pitch a proposal of like, yeah, you can show this photo. I think it's damn funny. Yeah, so they were all like saying, oh, we are reaching out to various organizations to pitch lah. And I guess because SGG was like very community based, we were practically like invisible to the government side. So nobody actually told us about this. It was actually Alicia who found out just by chance because she was at the event. Then she came back, then she talked to me and Gwen, and we were like, huh? Why got this thing? so we put together a proposal of like what we envisioned this trade association could do and to cover and could help the industry on. And with that, I think the later part of the 2019, like in October or November, I can't remember which, we had a pitching and voting day. So this pitching and voting day is like really one of the biggest core memory of my life. So our SGG team together with Alicia, we went down to pitch our plan for the industry. So our focus is still like because specifically, right, I want to emphasize again, this is completely things that are my own experience, my own words. So specifically, right, because of the growth of esports, right, initially the government agencies wanted something to do with esports. But our proposal, we were like, hey, at the core of it, right, without any IPs, right, there's none of these things that will happen. There will be no publishers, there will be no esports tournaments, there will be no whatever, because everything is tied to the game at its core, right? So obviously we should still support the game development itself lah, because once you support the core itself, all these things, all the fringe stuff that happens, right, the events, all these other things like tournaments and community engagement initiatives, right, then it will slowly form and it will form organically, right? You will see a need for it and then there's a demand for it and then you'll do it, right? So without any games, where will all these things even be in the first place?
Right.
So our proposal was really about supporting the game development scene, and with that, supporting the businesses here, our Singapore game companies, our Meet in Singapore games, all that. So that was our point of view. Then there were two other people who was pitching with us. So I won't comment much about them, but essentially with that, proceeded with the voting. So that session, the pitch session, was attended by industry members of the games industry, and after hearing all three pitches, they voted, and with that, we won the pitch, and that's how we actually got formalized to the association. Yeah, so that's actually the full story of how we even became the association itself, lah.
Wow, I actually never knew that this is how it works.
Yeah, I'm going to send you something later that you can see all this backstory on.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes. I'm not gonna say in the stream because I don't want people to hate me, because there's gonna be some people who will be like,
Yeah, I think like I mean, to be fair, a lot of what we're doing here right now is to sort of give texture to the history, the lived history that we went through. And these are lived histories, believe it or not. Like the fact that SGGA was founded and
these are our lore.
Yeah, it is going to be a part of Singapore's lore, right?
Yeah.
It's not a small part, and I actually, in fact, personally for me, I don't believe in small parts. I don't think there are small parts especially in the games industry. But that's a separate thing altogether. Speaking about the SGGA, like the point is to actually have at least a story of these things, like this joint lore, right? Like recorded somewhere. I think sometimes things that are not crucial to the story, like the things that you're talking about and things that you're very consciously avoiding, right? And then this is for anyone who might be going like, oh, you should be sharing all this kind of stuff. I think it's important to recognize that some people may make mistakes in their lives. Like, I'm not saying that anyone's right or wrong here, because I also don't know context, right? But I think some people may make mistakes in their lives. Some people might not be in a position to think about things that are beyond things that are closer to them, if that makes sense. Like, everyone has like list of priorities, right? And the furthest away priority for most people is other people, to put it very simply. Like, you care about priorities that are more directly influencing you first than anything else. So very often when people start pitching things or trying to use their influences for stuff, most of the time they're thinking about things that are closer and nearest to them. You know, like, oh, how does it benefit me and all that kind of stuff. Very few people go like, oh yeah, no, because I actually want to build the industry by and large or whatever else there is, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that this is exactly what happened. I'm just using this as an example.
Mm,
So
yeah.
like I think a lot of the stories that may be that may come from that kind of corners of the conversation or in a pitch scene like that I can imagine, I think is a moment in time, but you're not critical to the story in a sense that you don't need these people. They might try and do it again, but like as long as society doesn't necessarily fall into that space, so be it. Like we it doesn't matter who these people are. You know what I mean? Like and for all you know, and I am having my fingers crossed here, after that experience maybe they've learned, maybe they have grown, and maybe they'll go like, oh hey, maybe I should have went down this route instead, you know, where I'm trying to do something bigger. Yeah. I'm not assuming that is, I'm not saying that that is the case. I'm just painting an example so that I can tell the story, right? So okay, so basically this was like what, 2019 you were saying?
Yeah, 2019 we had a pitch then. Yeah, we had plans. We did a whole proposal, right? So that was like a 3-year proposal of what we were planning to do, and then COVID hit. Worst bloody time ever. But yeah, we formalized during the COVID period. And our first event we did, and together with our announcement of setting up, was Industry Day 2020, which was held online. Yeah.
It's funny that you should mention that because also at the same time, it's worth noting that Gamescom, which is the company, which is the event that took over from GameStart, right?
Yeah.
Officially took over, quote unquote, the event.
Yeah, they just nice 2020 was supposed to be the year that they started,
correct,
but unfortunately COVID hit lah.
Correct. So that was sort of like the big slap in Singapore's games industry.
Yeah.
I can imagine it. I can sort of imagine a world where, had it not been for COVID, like Singapore's games events scene, at least the games event scene, would be very, very different from what it is now.
I wouldn't say the games events here. I would say just the game scene in general, because even development was hit hard, right? Like suddenly everybody was like, oh shit, we don't even know if we have enough money to survive. People are getting sick. Like there's a whole life and death situation at that point of time, right? So everybody had the moment where it's like, okay, no, I cannot just like, especially for some of them who are doing it outside of work hours as like their passion project. It's like, no, I barely have time for myself. I need to take care of my family, or I need to take care of myself. I still need to work. I need to make sure I have the job, because people were losing jobs during COVID as well. So there were a lot of like real world consideration, you see, that's happening at that point where, I mean, the development itself took a hit. Events in general, just across the board, every industry, everybody was affected. But development itself, right, was painful. So for the bigger companies, right, those especially with their games booming during the COVID period, right, with established IPs that are already like working, I guess that worked out. But on the other hand, when it came to like the indie studios, right, all of them are like barely paying themselves enough money to survive. And then they're like, shit, I think I need to go and look for a proper job to survive this period first. So there's a halt on development for the indie side, I feel. And that's where you also see how some studios didn't make it through the COVID period. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cheryll, we're running quite late right now. I do want to sort of wrap up the more recent events, and then interestingly, I do have a couple of questions, so I want to get to those questions after this. So we'll get into that one in a bit. But so after the COVID periods, you guys came out. I believe that you had a new exco shortly after that.
Yes.
And then that generation of excos have since sort of retired. Now the new exco is just completely different. From
the previous two
batches. Can you tell me a little bit about this, and like why, like was there some sort of consensus amongst all of you guys? Was there, what the conversation was like and all that?
I guess like, because for the association wise, right, don't forget we were put together by the government. It was an initiative the government wanted. that the trade association happened.
Right.
And there was COVID period. Everybody was burnt out as well.
Right.
But on our side, we constantly was considering things that we could do to help the industry. What can we do? We had to get involved in events because a lot of like the game developers, right? Events were one of the biggest thing that's the most important thing to them, especially if they want to showcase their game or they want to get business deal. Like emails, you're gonna get it's gonna be a cold email. You are not gonna get a response. Online beast matchmaking systems, they were not as great as really in person, which is why also industry they insisted on it being in person. People are just not getting things that they need to get. And it was really hard to facilitate, but we managed to get things through. But at a certain point, right, it's also like there's the huge burnout from like dealing with a lot of things. So one thing was actually like long term, we had a lot of conversation with like the different government agencies and different government sectors on why like games should be supported. And it was, I guess, over time, right, like repeating the same things over again is a bit tiring. We do have like some of the teams in the government agencies that are very supportive. It's just that with how government works, right, usually it takes time. There's also a lot of red tapes. There's also like the whole point of like COVID was affecting every sector. Obviously, the priorities have to go into like healthcare and everything. So it was very hard for us to push our case at the time as well. So beyond that, I feel like maybe it's more of like, I think it's been long enough. Maybe we should have a fresh perspective also. Yeah, to have a new batch come in. Like for the exco, I can't speak for them. Maybe that was the consideration. I don't know. But for me personally, like when you count like when we started SGG in 2017, laying the groundworks and everything, until like my project management team in SGGA itself, it's been like 7 years worth of work for me. I am actually very tired because like as much as I love doing events, I'm happy that I was able to get do meaningful work and get like certain things for our Singapore companies. It's a huge strain on me lah. Like health wise wasn't great. Like I got COVID twice. I also injured my back really badly last year during one of the project that I was managing. It was also a government project and I was injured and I still had to continue the event. But yeah, health-wise wasn't great. And essentially like there's also the whole thing I told you earlier was like it takes a long time, right, when you're working with government. And ultimately, I guess I kind of decided like, you know what, actually going private is so much easier. So I decided like, okay, you know what, I think I've done what I wanted to do with the association to whatever extent I could. Able to lay the groundwork. I think 4 years was more than enough for us to lay the foundational groundwork. Like more and more people knew about us. We were actually getting like for example, the government agencies will facilitate conversation with like overseas people, companies who are interested in the Singapore game scene. Like we were slowly becoming like the main point of contact for everything that's related to video games. So eventually with that foundation built, like I think it's also time for like a new batch of exco who's maybe not as burnout, can provide a fresher perspective, and maybe they have like better things that now that the COVID situation has changed, we are no longer like confined by the whole COVID situation that happened from the start, right? Maybe they can bring in something more than we can do in the past. Yeah. And
so, sort of a step to reinvigorate the team and all that.
It's a bit like, basically it's to reinvigorate the team. Like, it's like a reset kind of thing, you know? Like a computer not working, right? Then you're like, oh, reset lah. Restart lah.
Okay, so for anyone who's interested in knowing more about SGGA and the activities and all that, their homepage and Facebook links have been added to the description in the description below. So feel free to go check it out. With that, like Cheryl, I do want to get into two quick questions. These questions are pretty open, and I think our individual perspectives and experiences might be a little bit small, but let's try and give whatever insight we have as much as possible. Usagi asks on the form, on the questionnaire, right? And I apologize, Usagi, if you're watching this right now, for like taking so long to get to your question. If Google's timestamp is the Google Forms timestamp is to be believed, Usagi asked this at like 9 p.m.
Oh shit!
9:15.
We should have answered the question there. I'm so
know, right?
sorry.
We should have answered it during the break in between, but like I kind of missed it. I'm so sorry for that, Usagi. But yes, Usagi asks, do you think the marketing of console games in Singapore, because they say your country, so I'm assuming they mean in Singapore, is different from other countries in Southeast Asia? Do you think that that's true?
I can't really give comment because I've never really stayed in any other country long enough to see like a difference.
How was your experience?
Oh,
Like, but how was your experience when you were working with the publishers, right? Like you mentioned like previously at some point you were working with publishers as well.
But I was at a mobile publishing company.
Right, exactly. But like, wouldn't that be like?
But this is specific to consoles, right?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
this is
because
specific to consoles.
consoles and mobiles are very different. Mobile is like, it's actually targeting globally. You don't care. As long as someone has a phone, they have access to app.
That is
Apple App Store
absolutely fair.
or Play through store is fine. But for consoles, right, we are looking at different brands, right? So primarily we have like PlayStation, we have Xbox, we have Nintendo, and each of these also have different series of their own products.
Right.
So it's really hard to break down. And like other than in Singapore, things that I've noticed, right, I can't really tell for the other countries because firstly I've not lived there.
Yeah.
My experience is really very limited to like whatever my friends tell me, like, oh, if they are like based in Korea or based in Taiwan, based anywhere else, they're like, oh, I play this. But predominantly most of my friends are PC gamers. So
No,
I mean, hard to answer also.
You're absolutely right, actually, because there's one thing that you were mentioning about that it slipped my mind also as well. So the fact is, when in my earlier years of being a part of the games dev scene myself, there was a lot of discussion about like, oh, what console should you be aiming for? Depends on what market you were targeting as well, like the type of players you're targeting and stuff. Like one of
okay.
like
so
what,
I can go into that in more detail. So in each region, right, or whichever country or region that you're targeting, or even the type of gamers you're targeting, right, they all have different platforms that they are used to. So primarily, right, we split it by console, mobile, PC.
Right, but even consoles itself is split even more, right?
No. So let me go through the general first, okay? So with this, right, there's already different countries that you can look at who are primarily certain platforms. Like in Southeast Asia, right, the biggest will still be mobile.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, mobile, because it's quick. It takes less bandwidth compared to like PC games or consoles. And in Southeast Asia, obviously, we do have some countries, right, who, the price point of a console or a full PC setup might be a bit too high compared to like having a mobile.
Right.
Mobile is a lot more accessible, and it's so much easier to release like a app in general. But obviously with certain other countries, right, or maybe if we compare to like the Western nations, right, if I'm not wrong, console is bigger there. If I'm not wrong, I do not know how much things have changed, but it's actually like you go and look at the region, right? You look at the predominantly what platforms is being used. So there are like certain data websites that you can go and get all this information from, and with that you can see like, oh, predominantly they are console gamers, PC gamers, or mobile gamers, and then what type of games on these platforms do well. So that's where it goes down into like the genre, the type of games that do well in these markets.
Right.
Yeah.
So this no. This is it's a lot of very important groundwork in terms of like perspectives on trying to figure out how to angle your marketing and stuff like that, right? So strictly speaking, from our shared experiences, I don't think either one of us can really speak for Southeast Asia in terms of marketing for consoles. Though having said that, I do, and my information is very out of date, mind you, because once again, this is from very early in my career. I do know that like at some level, Xbox is almost unheard of in Southeast Asia. I say almost being the operative term, mostly because like it takes up at most 30% of the entire market. Like at most, this is me being generous at that time, like 30% of the entire market.
Yeah, and also it depends because Xbox, right, they do have the console, but they also have Xbox for PC.
Correct. So
I mean, ultimately, it's a Microsoft company.
Correct,
so
correct, exactly. So
yeah.
So if you the only reason why Xbox has a footprint in Southeast Asia, for the most part, is because of the PC, the Xbox for PC, rather than because of the Xbox console itself. PlayStation is still a massive, like, dominant player within Southeast Asia. So if you're looking very specifically about marketing the console within Southeast Asia, that is probably a thing of worth to note. But specifically Singapore within the context of Southeast Asia, that one is a question I think is a bit hard to say. If we're talking about very specifically anything that's unique about, I want to be very, very clear here, marketing consoles, keywords, yeah, marketing consoles to Singapore. I think these things are like very, very important to distinct, because if, let's say, for example, if we talk about general marketing stuff, like for obvious reasons, when you market to Singapore, you want to try and use English and maybe do it on, I think the app nowadays is TikTok. I'm such a boomer, right? So like versus, say, for example, if you go to Indonesia, where maybe, massive asterisk here, information is very out of date, Instagram might play a bigger role, you know? And you probably want to do in Bahasa Indonesia rather than English, stuff like that. So these are very generic marketing things that are true for anything you want to market within the region, like separation by country. But if you're talking specifically about marketing consoles to Singapore, or marketing console games to Singapore, I can't speak. I don't think either one of us can really speak to how, like, there is any unique marketing approach that maybe you should or should not try and approach from here, like that it might stand out. So specific to your question, Usagi, do you think the marketing of console games in Singapore is different from any other country in Southeast Asia? The standard rule is, like, standard marketing rules apply. Like, whatever limits that would separate Singapore from any other marketing environment will probably be true. I don't think either me or Cheryl has the impression that, like, it would be any different otherwise.
But I can give you some homework that you can use to consider. So essentially, you should go and look at what platform is the most prominent in Singapore, what kind of games do well in Singapore, and then basically you work backwards, right? Then you compare and see.
Is there really information on the number of, like, Xbox, PS5, Switch users here in Singapore?
Okay. In specifically to each console, I don't think so. But I know that Newzoo, at least, they do split by console, PC, and mobile gamers. Mobile is still the biggest market.
Yeah. I think that's a very different conversation. But, like, at least from my opinion, not fact, because there's no data that I know of. In general, like, I don't think mobile. I think mobile universally would be the biggest market no matter what. Mostly because of the sheer accessibility on it.
Yes,
but I think that's
the sheer accessibility of it.
And the necessity of a decent smartphone nowadays. I think that's
So in terms of, like, maybe a bit more things for Usagi to consider is that Singapore, right, we do not have the population to fight with the other countries, but we do have one of the highest spending power. So that may directly contribute to us maybe having more console or PC compared to the other countries. Like, it may not be able to fight mobile, but there may be a higher percentage of people who owns a console in Singapore compared to maybe other countries.
Right.
So all these, honestly speaking, like, you have to look at the data points.
Yeah. So which neither one of us have, like, neither one of us have access to this right now.
I used to track it, but I stopped bothering.
Apologize.
I thought boring because I'm not really, like, developing, so I'm mostly doing event stuff for a very long time. So for me, that's not really a consideration on, like, the type of markets and the type of games whatsoever. It's more of, like, being able to basically promote the game stuff itself. But if you are considering on making a game, then that's different. So the type of game that you want to make. Do you want to make it because you actually want to make it, or you want to make it because you want to get revenue from it? So that one's a different conversation.
I think that digresses quite a bit from his question.
I just wanted to bring it up in case the person asked the question because they were thinking about making a game.
No, I don't think that that's the nature of the question.
Okay.
But anyways, thank you very much, Usagi, for the question. Once again, so sorry for taking so long to get back to you. I do hope this answer gets to you and satisfy you in some way. Okay, next up, another question we have. Shun on chat asks, what do you guys think the future outlook of the industry in Singapore for the next 5 years is like, I assume?
Honestly, it's very hard to tell because, like I said earlier,
Yeah.
like trends and technology, every 1 to 2 years it changes.
Right.
Yeah, it's really hard because even genres of games, right? Sometimes the genre of games, like the popular kinds, it switches really fast.
Yeah.
Depending on like, essentially it's really based on like hype, right?
Right.
And FOMO. Because there's a period of time where Fall Guys was so freaking popular. It was a lot of hype. It was a lot of streamers streaming it, all that. But
Right.
it kind of died really fast as well, out of
Right.
nowhere.
I think it's worth noting also as well, like because we're talking about specifically about the games industry and stuff like that, right?
Okay,
And
yes.
I know this is a topic that Cheryl gets you super duper triggered, but there was this huge phase where there was a huge ton of like Web3 game companies that was just sprouting up in Singapore.
Do you want me to answer that?
I just want to put that out as a thing. Like most of them no longer exist right now.
No, they still exist.
Okay.
Just that it's a bit more low profile. You don't really see much about them anymore.
Oh, really?
Because obviously, direction has changed again, lah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because like it went from like console gaming to PC gaming to maybe mobile gaming. Then after that, there's the whole like AR, VR, XR.
Right,
Then
exactly.
after that, then you went into Web3.
Right.
It's gonna go back, and then there's the recent trend of like more tabletop games being popular again.
Right.
I mean, it's always been popular. It's just that suddenly you see an influx of it again.
Right, right.
So
There's a boom of
sometimes
it.
old trends do come back,
Right.
and it's really hard to gauge because it really depends on what happens at that time. Like, for example, Genshin boomed during COVID because why everybody is stuck at home.
Right.
Then that game just happened to come out. It's free to play. It's like relatively easy for like a casual player to like, oh, okay, I just gonna run around and like just hit things. Like sometimes it also depends on like the game coming out at the right time, and then that's how the shift in trend also happens.
But okay, now on that note though, like since you brought up Genshin and we are talking about the games industry by and large, to some degree, right? I think it's also worth noting though, however, like COVID aside, I think Genshin would have done well either way. It is for its at the point of release, it is a very high production value game. Like, it's a very, very polished game for literally free. I think a very fair thing to have said at that time was basically saying you get to play Breath of the Wild for free on your phone.
Oh my God! No, go away.
You know?
Go away. We're not getting into this conversation.
No, but my point being is that is I know there's a lot of criticism against a lot of things involved in the production of Genshin, and I think some of it is very fair. A lot of it is very, very fair, but it's worth noting that like you do have access to a Breath of the Wild quality game.
No, I have no issues with anything else.
You know?
It's just you bringing up Breath of the Wild at this point.
Yeah. I'm just bringing this.
Because like it may not necessarily be like Breath of the Wild players or people who even know Breath of the Wild exists are playing Genshin.
I'm using that as just as a benchmark for like the feel and the polish, right? So and Breath of the Wild fans are just gonna like rage in the comments. Please feel free to do so because
No. Breath of the Wild fans gonna rage, and then Genshin fans also gonna rage, which I am.
please feel free to because
I'm gonna rage at you after this.
Yeah, please feel free to. I'm just gonna leave it alone as it is. But I like I think very specific to Shun's question though. Trends aside though, like do you think the industry? Do you think there's a positive outlook for the games industry in Singapore? Do you think that it would continue to grow? Do you think it would remain stagnant? Do you think it would disappear? Well, how do you think it would go? Like,
honestly speaking, I don't really want to say what my prediction is, but what I'm instead going to say is my hope for the industry in 5 years. Now that we finally passed all the COVID stuff, a lot of things have opened up. We are a bit more stable after the whole COVID period. I'm hoping that we can basically get back to a much more stable path before COVID, and we can grow from here. Because right now, like I don't know if most people know, but like there is the call for proposal by IMDA to basically for game companies to start.
Isn't that closed already by now? Or is
it's closed already, but I'm just bringing it up because like that goes to show that now we are back to like government wanting having interest in the industry and wanting to support the industry. So I think this is like a step in the right direction. And I'm just hoping to see more of these instances. It may not just be from the government agencies. It can be like more studios setting up, more games being made in Singapore, more games for us to celebrate. And like there's that sense of like establishment, right? Because nobody goes like Singapore is known for games. No, Singapore is known for the clean street, the gardens by the bay. Nobody's going to say like Singapore is known for games, like in that sense, lah. But my hope is that one day it gets to that level. You see, that oh my God, you're talking about Singapore. You know the game, the country that they had, that developer that made this game. You know, I'm hoping that it reaches that stage eventually. It may be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road, but if I'm still alive by then to be able to see, I think that's great lah. That would be what I'll say is my hope for the future, that more that our industry can grow. Obviously, some of you, if you have been following like the games industry news, you have known that we had a lot of layoffs from like big companies. Some of them are game companies, some of them are game related companies, like technology companies, with like software or tools that supports the games industry. And with that, I know that it paints a really bad outlook on like the job economy in general for the games industry. But unfortunately, that is also across the board in every industry lah. I can't promise you that you'll definitely get a job in the industry if you go through like a game development course, or you follow my steps, follow Jared's steps, or follow whatever steps you take.
Right.
But what you do need is a certain determination and a certain tenacity to get through to where you are. Never forget, and you should definitely have at least some passion for games, because if you are starting out your own company, then you're not going to be paying yourself a shit ton of money, man. You're going to be like saving every single bunch of money that you have while creating your game before you finally see your first like revenue stream come in, before you finally have enough money to pay yourself. You are going to either work for a company, you're going to start from the entry level and slowly work your way up, but it does take a lot of determination, a lot of willpower, a lot of stubbornness to get there, and a lot of tenacity for you to get through whatever challenges that come to your way lah. And I think if we are able to basically bridge that gap between what I feel is between education and industry, because I feel like the modules, I mean, obviously how the school works is that they only can change the modules every X number of years, right? So sometimes because of that, like we said, the trends are always constantly moving, they cannot keep up with industry sometimes. And I'm hoping that the gap between education and industry also becomes smaller, where the students can actually like get more skills, but get more out of the course to be able to get them a job in the industry, or at least right have certain skills that's right in place where they can use it as transferable skills for other industries also. So at the end of the day, I'll say do what you need to do to survive, but never forget that, you know, eventually like I still want to be part of the industry. I still want to see if it's possible for me to even like make my own game whatsoever, if that's what you really want, if you really want to create a game. Yeah, and for me, I can tell you that I had jobs that were completely not related to games, but what I did is that I look at each job and see what are the things that I can learn from it that I can apply to whatever destination I want within my game industry career. So I pick up those skills, I use it, I transfer it, and I learn from there lah, and I apply it all to my job. So I guess that is like you do need a certain talent. So yeah, for me it's like I really I just run myself into a wall most of the time and do it. Yeah, that's how I survive through the years.
All right. With that, I think we should wrap things up. It is currently 12:52 a.m. Singapore time.
My bedtime is at 3 a.m., man.
No, but we have been talking for 4 hours, and even if you don't need to, I need to pee.
Oh my God, I can't hold your bladder.
It is unfortunate, but I am aging. So yeah, so with that, I think Cheryl, those are wonderful final thoughts to end on. I think to some level, the fact is, I myself have been affected by the recent happenings with the games industry. I think anyone who's been the games industry by and large has always been a bit of a industry with a little bit of a high turnover rate. But more recently than not, things have been pretty erratic.
Wait, before I continue,
Right.
thank you, Shun, for staying and listening to our answer to your question. I'm so sorry if we made you wait for too long. Oh my god, my ex-classmate Wei Lun, hi. Ex-classmate is here.
Right.
Okay, continue, sorry.
Anyway, so but as I was going to wrap this up, no worries. You can say hi to everyone. Thank you everyone for, by the way, for joining. But as I was saying, things are still very erratic. Hang in there. Your players will always love you if you love them. That's at least the way I like to look at it. But yeah, it's not an easy path, but it's a path that if you want to take it, it means all the more to you, right?
And if I have any parting words, is that for the students with lecturers, I know that there's always that pressure of needing to score really well for all your subjects and everything. But at the end of the day, the portfolio do matter, your work attitude do matter a lot more. And my chat with all the big companies, even small companies, also highlighted that they rather have someone who actually can do the work, have better work attitude than just looking at their scores. So this is just my insight to you guys, like based on all my conversations. And don't feel like you are not worth anything just because you didn't hit the mark for whatever fucking scoring system that the education system or like society has given you. Just if you are making good work, if you are proud of yourself and your product or your game that you're making, that's really all that matters. I mean, it's the joy of creating game itself, right? That's really what it is.
With an asterisk.
A lot of pain will happen, I can tell you that, but I think the payoff is worth it at the end of the day. Yeah.
All right. With that, I think it's a good time to wrap it up. Thank you guys, everyone, for joining us for as long as you have. Especially if you've watched, if you've been listening in since the very start, it has been a wonderful 4 hours with Cheryl. Thank you very much, Cheryl, for taking your time to spend with us here as well, sharing for as much as you have. I don't, as a nature of a lot of these podcasts, the format is always a bit evolving, so I do apologize if things sounded a little bit erratic because I am erratic myself.
We are both very erratic people, and another one of my classmates jumped into the thing. Tangi, what's wrong with you? Yeah. So yes.
Anyways,
thank you very much to all of you who have joined us for the stream and for everybody. Thank you, Damien, for I just saw your message pop up on chat. Yeah. For those of you who started right from the start with us, you crazy for dealing with us for 4 hours. Right. Great job. That's the tenacity you need.
So yeah, thank you very much, Cheryl, for sharing your story for as long as you have. I haven't actually done a 4-hour one in a very long time. This is one of my longer ones in a while.
Dude, our normal call can take 3 hours. What do you think?
This is Kenny, don't worry, this is absolutely going to be on VOD. All my streams are on VOD. There's a playlist right now, you can just check it out if this is your first time joining. My previous segments, do keep in mind, give me a little bit of leeway though, like this is an evolving thing, so experiences will vary.
Yes, my experience is the most wretched one.
I think
let's repeat. Let's go.
So with that, thank you guys very much. I hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead. 2 weeks from now, I will be having a very separate Geeks at S.E.A will be back once again. During that time, I will be speaking to a very different person, because this one is very centered around the games industry. I'll be going back to the anime industry over in Malaysia, because I'll be speaking to an events organizer from Sarawak. One of yeah, exactly. I don't think a lot of people know this, but there is actually a long time running event called Anime Gathering in Sarawak. It was around for a very long time back in the day. Right now it's known as Otakyun. So I managed to actually speak to the organizer, and she's agreed to actually come on, and we're going to be doing it 2 weeks from now. So if you're curious about how the anime scene was sort of evolving or in Sarawak, which is a very different place from Kuala Lumpur if you have not been there, yeah, join us in about 2 weeks time.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, I think I'm gonna call it for tonight, and I will see you during the next stream. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Play Genshin. At me, bye.